Hi. Hey. What's up? It's Skycat Live. Yeah. What's up? What's up? It's 1:45 in the morning and I'm feeling great, and I just got out of bed and I went to work. And it is 1:45 in the morning on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. And it is 1:45 a.m. PST. Today we'll be playing some Mortal, some EvE Online, and some FFXI. I want to say hello, I love you. And I want to drop it off of this, and yeah, we're going to get the mic a little bit further away from me. There we go. And, but we'll get it where it can get a nice angle and all that. Yeah, and then we'll drop you off of this, and we'll go to that. Activate, activate, activate. Then, good, and we will check the status of our boosters. Good, 10 hours on this one, doing real good. Logging in FFXI, we're going to log in Mortal 2. I wish to see my desktop for a moment here. Dig for Mortal 2. I don't see it. I don't have it. I want a desktop shortcut like I had. PUBG did it, or desktop shortcut of Mortal 2. Mortal 2. We will put this manage, add desktop shortcut, minimize. Looking for this Mortal 2 desktop shortcut, and I don't see it. You didn't make it, and so we're gonna try and tell you to do it again. You worthless piece of shit software. I need you to actually fucking work. Add a desktop shortcut. You don't seem to be able to do it. You and Windows are having some kind of fight. You guys should just go to have butt sex in the hotel room, stop fighting with each other. You're pretty fucking worthless, Microsoft. Watching you try to work with others is disgusting. Mortal 2. Mortal Online 2. Wow. Open the file location. Make a... this is my start menus for Steam, yeah. A lot of these links are broken. I can't get it to do it. Alright, well, that's alright. I'll just launch from Steam. It's okay. Anything to waste my time, right? Anything in your power to waste my time. Even on fucking game installs and shit like that, not even playing the game itself, you'll do anything to waste my time. Anything at all. You dream up fucking crazy backwards, down and around the corner ways to just, you know, fucking screw with me. Fucking jack off software developers. Okay, 2350, that's it, huh? Okay, well, I made all the money I was going to make yesterday because I think I made all the sales I was going to make yesterday. We're going to go sell all the rest of that from the XP party. We're going to un-anon, and we're going to offer a thief to the world. We are a 17 thief, 18 thief, 18 thief, and we're doing really well. Yeah, don't have Utsasemi for another 4 level, or yeah, I don't have Utsasemi or dual wield for another 4 level, so I'm good. But the knife, I want to keep it, but I think there's a better knife than this now, and I'm gonna have to go invest in that, and that's kind of annoying. But yeah, maybe now. No, I'll just wait for the beetle earring because it doesn't matter really. The chest piece is weak. Go bone harness now. Warrior's belt. I mean, I like Fisherman's hose more. Yep. And yeah, the Fisherman boots more, frankly. Yep. And she looks a little bit better. Yeah, she looks a lot more like a thief and less like a weirdo. Oh, my things. I want to turn on the EvE music. Oh, no, I'm going to turn on Mortal music today. Loading Mortal 2. And I'll load my OBS so I can see what's happening here. Very good. Come back here and we will check the progress of ice mining. I suspect that there's a corp that didn't like I was here. Let's see who's here. No friends. All my friends left this place, and I think these people are fixing to gank me, which is fucking weird. Perhaps it's time that I move on to Ainsan, I guess. We should do Yeah, I think it's time we move. This place has stopped making me money, and it's just a liability now. And it sucks that it was like that, but I mean, it is like that. So the alt has a lot of ore. We've got to go sell it. I mean, not a lot, but I mean, like, enough. She's got 2 loads of ore. We're gonna trade. You. No, that seems weird, but okay, that's alright. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I want you to trade her. Trade. Oh, yeah, we're gonna load mortal. Good. I want to take a look at the settings because the video's too high. Low, epic, low, epic, ultra, motion blur, V-sync, maintain vertical. Maybe I should do V-sync and just see. No, it doesn't want it. Maintain vertical. Yeah, update sun. Video reflex, low latency. Player corpse state, time frame, generation settings. Video, enable. Close, save, quit. Let's see if you actually do generate frames. I don't think you will, but let's just see if you do, right? Right, because I think 3060 is too low for that, but I don't know. Play. So now, we will open a, sorry, we will conduct a trade where yeah, I guess this is a little bit too big. It's fucking annoying. Yes, it is too big. We can put it like, we can still have it like way lower. Where, yeah, like that. Luck. Okay, let's see how the frame generation feels. See if it actually works. I don't think so, but. Oh, so I'm supposed to go FSR. So apparently, yeah, I can't get frame generation on 3060, but I can. AMD will let me, so we'll see if that helps. I didn't know that you could do this. I hadn't looked at it. Now, we are trading her a whole bunch of ore. We'll have to do the same thing with this window. I guess I made this a little too big. Yeah, like that. Luck, and we will take this and drop 500. No, cancel. Not cancel, but no, just take it out. No, cancel. Yes, cancel. Now trade her. I want you to give me half of this, which is like, nope. I need you to. I want you to cancel. I want you to try again. Oh my god. And I want you to cut this in half. There you go. Good. And we will see how the AMD frame generation works. I don't know, but we will see. Okay, now, I wish to sell this bomb arm and this land crab meat. Sheepskin. G sheep wool. And sheep wool. Water. Got a lot of fire crystals. I think this is more wind than I need. So we'll sell that. Turns out I didn't need that Legionnaire's crossbow. So we'll sell that. Okay, seems good. We have to investigate whether... Oh, you know, my TV got moved, and I'm terribly sorry. I'm going to move it back. There we are. So, excuse me. I'm looking for daggers. Base R2 with 9 damage, the same as that one, but with better delay. Knife 1, base R1, 9 damage. I have pretty much a comparable weapon for a long time. The only thing better is this platoon. Nope. The only thing better is the Kukri +1 or the Mercenary's Knife. We'll buy 2 of these just because I know I'm going to need them and I don't want them... Well, I mean, they're going to be on sale. It doesn't matter. Decurions or Mercenaries. But you can't get anything better than these Mercenaries. The Mercenary's Knife. I might as well. When I go to keep them, I'll buy those. There will be enough for sale. But the base lard... Yeah, the base lard. I guess that Knife +1... I don't really realize, but I do want to do the rental. So we'll post this stagger up. Yeah, I do want to do the rental. I do. Weapons, daggers. We're going to rent a +1 knife. Yeah, for 19. See if I can get it for cheaper. Like 15. 18. 18. Nice, not bad. That's a good rental price. And so we have a knife +1. We'll sell the original knife. We don't need this knife anymore. Knife +1. Knife +1. Where'd you go? There you are. This was a good rental, but I should have just bought the better knife. I don't know why I didn't. Did you actually sell? I don't think you did. God damn it. Fucking suffer fucking up all the time. Okay, there we go. And then I'm Immortal 2, looking at the frame generation. AMD seems to be doing much better. I see 120 here. I don't believe it, but it is feeling better. The latency is not so amazing. Oh, it's my wolf. My wolf, yeah. Are you hungry? Yes, you are. Well, now you are fed. Let's go kill a chicken. Why are you doing such little damage? You are a 32 dire wolf. Good wolf. I love fucking around Mortal. It feels totally like, what do you want to do today? As long as it's nothing that anybody else tells you to do, it's good. Goddamn developers and their bad design. I lost my horse bags, damn it. $45 gold, not bad. I guess I could probably afford my bear now, maybe. Let's go sell this white wood and this dapple. No, I wanna. Yeah, we'll sell this other gray wood too, or what would I mean? Get another 45 gold. $30 gold, not bad. I guess I'm in the mood to inventory sort, so I'm getting it out of the way. I don't think that stuff stacks often, so we're gonna reduce. that was. Where did I get that from? Okay, we make a trip to... Yeah, he didn't want to go for it. Okay, well. Okay, there's the first one. And then... Uh, have I got everything I need here? Yeah, I think so. We will do silver for a while. Goldsmithing. Silver ore has definitely gone up. 6K, which is annoying, but it's still 5K a stack or whatever. I must let it stack up again. The ingots have gone to 21, so it's like basically no profit at all. I ate up all the silver ore there was. So that market died in a day, which was educational to me. We'll go back to Beastmane and take a look at silver beast coins. There is a market here that will sustain, but it's not strong. I wish I could get cheaper on the beast coins, like 5K. So silver is a market that just won't stay, really. But we could make pretty steady money in the copper market, I would say, while silver recovers. I came in and I bared the market and took all the money I was going to be able to get there pretty much right away. Fire's gotten cheaper. Wow. With this, I wish to do some conjecture. I will send 60K to one of my alts. Yep. And yeah, we'll send 60K to one of my alts, and we'll just have her buy all the fire she can get. Because there's no way this price maintains like this. Sorry, there's no way this price stays this low. There's no way. So that's the next item of business. We're going to set up to make money later on. Yeah, like right now I'm going to be like, oh man, this is expensive to blow 60K like this. But in the future, when fire goes up to like 1400 or something like that, then the 60 stacks of fire crystals will start to really make sense then. Because I'll triple my money to like 200 grand or something. I can't fit that many, but I can try. I can try to fit. I will fill my third alt with fire crystals. Just filler. Watch. It'll be annoying, but I will. So I do see that the frames even in the town are fixed. And while I lost some latency, like maybe I can get NVIDIA latency boost. Reflex low latency, but you can't. Okay. Enables vertical sync. Yeah, that might actually be a good idea here. Oh, there it is. Yep. Oh, look. Yeah, the frame generation was better. And the frame rate's solid with all three. Nice. I mean, I get some. Wow, yeah, it's solid. Well, if the frame rate's solid, I'd like to bump some settings then. We'll go global illumination, textures, and foliage, and anti-aliasing. We will enable VSync and save. Yep, and those are the things I want from it. FSR, ultra quality. I see. I'm doing better with FSR. Now you dropped me to 60. Probably because I have to relog. That's okay though. We'll see if it can get these settings or not. Am I in my miasmos? Yes, I am. Okay, good. In the Machina, is there any ore? Yes, there is. We'll take that and we will reprocess, compress. This will go to here. That's even more ore. Oops, no. Come back. And then I wish to check the belly of my Machina to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, good. Locations. Mar set, and I want you to load Mortal 2, and maybe I'm a bit greedy. I might be greedy on settings here. Instead of very high, I will set ultra high. I will set to high. I am being greedy. I'm gonna relog and everything too. Yeah, that's all right. We're learning. Okay, good. So, video. We have these on Epic? I don't think so. We'll go high, high, high. I think the low and on the anti-aliasing because it's eating from other clients and stuff. We'll quick game. Yeah, we do. And we'll try one more time. Just trying to get the best settings. I'm terribly sorry, guys. It's an obsession with me now. Trying to run 3 clients it requires so much fine tuning on all of the clients all the time to get them to run in a way that's acceptable to the masses on a stream. And it is a lot of work, but it is worth it. All right, we got where we're going. I've been here too long.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I love this convoy shit. It's like fucking ride on out with my money, bitch. Get to market. Pew. My main is a lot better than my alt for ship stuff. She needs spaceship command, and I don't want to spend the time on it. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. I wish they would make this game, but naval. They need to make a good Sea of Thieves that plays like that movie Master and Commander, but an MMORPG where you go to the islands, you chop your wood, you literally chop trees with your homies, your ship workers, your shipwrights and stuff, and then you go to the port and you sit at your drawing table, you draw up the changes that you're going to make on your ship and all this, and you pay for it. You go to the bank house and you run a line of credit and you pay for it all, and then you go, and we need a sim MMORPG that's like this, but old time, like 1450s, like, or 1500s, Napoleonic War or whatever it was, like Napoleonic naval battles and stuff, and yeah, that would be really fucking good. We need EVE Online, but set on the standards of the real world, you know. Look how beautiful this looks, and you begin to see that if they were to just worry about how good, they wouldn't have to do much in that game. That like Sea of Thieves is a good business model for a video game. I was surprised that Skull and Bones did so bad. What I'm describing Skull and Bones, it is so sad that Skull and Bones sucked so much dick as it did, because we still need a Skull and Bones. We absolutely needed a Skull and Bones, not that piece of shit that you phoned in. We actually need like somebody who's dedicated to making the area around the ship look really good. Like the game, EVE itself doesn't look that good, even with like medium settings and stuff like this. But I mean, it is a beautiful, beautiful game. It is, and it has all this stuff going on for it that they worried about all 20 years trying to make it look good. And now we need that, but for water. We need water effects that are super good around your ship, and it needs to be so good that you can fire a cannonball out to the water, and it splashes, and you're just amazed by the pixels of the wave that the splashes up and stuff. We need, like, you know, Star Citizen's graphics on a Skull and Bones that isn't by a jack-off company like fucking Ubisoft that's just trying to steal money from kids. We need the CCP to make a naval game.
Stargate.
The exact same game, exact same training and everything, but instead of training into sniper ships, you train into sniper rifle. And you go up on the crow's nest and you fire at the other sniper on the crow's nest and stuff, and shit like that. And it takes a skill set to do that, but as a captain you can scale the riggings and go up to the top if you've bought the skill books in Nassau. And you can climb riggings and fire a weapon at someone, kind of like Jack Sparrow. You can do that, but you got to train skills to do it, like EVE Online, and it might take several weeks of training for you to understand how to scale the riggings and fire a long-range weapon as somebody on another ship, and they need that. So I want EVE Online now, but instead of EVE Online, we want uh, EVE 14, EVE 1500s, right? Where we're all sailing around the ocean somewhere. When we come to port, there might be other pirates there, and you can run you can run fleets of pirate ships if you want. You can try to take over the ocean, and all the resources are super protected, and they can make it super realistic to the world map, and they can make it super realistic to the fights at the time. Make it feel like you're James or Captain Jack on the surprise and all that from Master and Commander, and you can see how that's what we want. We want open worlds where you don't know what's going on, so the entire experience is learning. But I think we are kind of done with sci-fi. I think there's a few more things that not done with it, but we've done the sci-fi side of it well. We need to do this for medieval. We need to do it for old western, like RDR2 is proof of it. We need to do it for all the movie genres and stuff, right? What is there? There's like sci-fi. We need it for fantasy. We need it for pirate stuff. We need it for warfare. We need it for World War II. We need it for future war stuff. We need this. Like Mortal's about to do it for sci-fi. Mortal's gonna do a sci-fi game because they're like, yeah, sci-fi needs Mortal and Mortal needs EVE, right? And it's true. Mortal needs EVE and all this, and the deeper and better the depth of the games are. So it's not just like, oh, I press a button and click your head and I win and that equals skill somehow. Nah, it's more like, okay, I prepped the crew and I prepped the ship and I did business with a homie at the dock, and they promised me to back me up if I get in trouble out there, to send a fucking an SOS letter, or send an SOS ship and all this and all this other thing. So then I went to the beach and I chopped wood to make sure that we had enough wood to make another mast in case they hit my mast with cannon fire, because that's my biggest fear. And then I went to the to the beach and I hung out all night and I drank rum with the homies, and my crew's appreciation of me as a captain went up by 1%, and that's good because I'm gonna need 91% to even get through this mission. That kind of shit, right? My reputation in Nassau is good, but where I'm going, it isn't good because I'm French and the English hate me, and we're going to the London coast. We're going to the English coast, and so my reputation there isn't too good, and they're unlikely to sell me ammunition. They'll sell me everything else, but they won't sell me ammunition because they know I'll use it to kill Englishmen. So that's a thing. So now I have to go to Barbados to buy my ammunition. Got to go do that today before the fight starts tonight at 9:00. We got a 2 frigate, 2 destroyer fracas going on outside of Nassau. And before that, I've got to do some kind of raid on the English coast to get the money to pay for the ammunition for Barbados, because England won't sell me ammunition, right? And that's all stuff that you could do as gameplay in a pirate game that's designed like Master and Commander, which is why Skull and Bones was such a bad hoodwink. Ubisoft knows this. They know that we're desperate for a pirate game that's got the depth of EVE, but there hasn't been one. Not even close. There's been other smaller games like Silent Hunter that have gotten close, and submarine games and stuff that are kind of the same depth, but we don't really have this depth anywhere else, and we do need it in stuff like pirate stuff. The pirate RP for this is so strong. My best friend, he used to sit there with a fucking bottle of brandy, and he would drink snifters of brandy with his tricorn hat, and he would be like, "Avast, matey!" and he would lock up and he would attack a fucking target in nullsec and shit like that, and he would sip his brandy while he would watch the 10-minute fight, and he would make decisions about how to move his ship and fire his weapons and all this stuff. But it wasn't really this combat like Fortnite, where if your aim sucks you can't win. It's more about what decisions and everybody has a chance of winning if they make the right decisions, if the ships are fairly balanced in terms of their weight when they hit each other. And it comes down to your decisions as a captain, which is how real PvP should be. It should never be this twitchy bullshit that made Twitch its name and ruined gaming. And I love Ninja, but I don't think Ninja had a good effect on gaming. And I'm just saying, like I want to see some James Aubreys
Warping
out
to
there
Stargate.
making smooth
Warp drive
decisions in the
active.
moment about their snipers and their guns and
Approaching
their
Stargate.
strategies and stuff like this. And yeah, and you can go fishing off the side of your ship if you want. You can hire hookers at the port and see them fuck you in the hotel, in the VIP room in the hotel. I want sex to be in it. I want violence and blood to be in it. When a cannon fires at the dock and there's 4 dudes in the way of the cannon explosion, you see a cloud of blood spray, and 4 dudes are just destroyed, and you can see that the population of their ship goes down from 115 to 111 instantly, and you're like, oh yeah, that was a good hit, and stuff like that, right? And a fight should last anywhere from 20 minutes to like 2 hours and stuff, depending on how many ships are there and what the weights of the ship classes are and all this. And it doesn't matter how big of a ship you are or how big of a whale you are. 5 good Wolfpack ships can take your ship no matter where it is in the ocean, kind of shit. So you're always looking to make friends to roll with you wherever you go, to like Barbados and Nassau and England and France and shit like that. You're always looking for friends to roll with you, like EvE or Mortal, because like 5 Wolfpack ships can take your $1 billion prize that's stuffed with gold, all the gold and all the whiskey in Ireland and all this, right? And you got the big ship that's got to get back to port because it's the king's riches, And 5 Wolfpack ships show up, frigates, and they just sink you and take you for a prize. And you're like, motherfucker, the combined value of your ship is like $1,000. Your 5 frigates is like $1,000. The combined value of my ship is like $2 billion. What the fuck happened here? Well, you ran around like a fucking. This is what should happen to whales who think they can just buy their way out of their problems and stuff. 5 wolves should show up and chunk you and eat you. And what kind of whale are you then? They managed to write that gameplay out of the PvP. It's in EvE Online, but it's in Albion, I think, but it's not in almost any other game. Maybe Mortal. It's not really there. They don't like that gameplay, and they should. The whales should be able to be eaten by 5 young naked sharks. You can see that in Rust, and it's good gameplay. It's divergent gameplay. It's not shit. It's not some Nazi developer goose stepping through the design, like some kind of Gestapo game designer and shit that's forcing you into some fucking thing that they wrote. It's entirely your own volition. Like me, I'm going to Tradeport right now to sling my eyesore that I spent farming over the last like 3 or 4 days to make my 200 mil, so I have a little bit more of a tycoon margin of 3.7 billion to gamble in my ship, right? I don't even have to go. Like it's such stuff that you can do with this is amazing. Like you can invite other captains to your ship to sail with you on a pleasure cruise while you gamble with them for 5 hours. And there's hookers and cigars, and there's good pirate music that's made by the community that's playing that you bought with your pirate riches and stuff. And there's an open market for anything. You can sell anything by contract, just like EvE. You can even sell sex. You can even sell sex, even, basically, as long as it doesn't piss off the devs and scare children. You can do anything with a contract in EvE, and that's how contracts should be in MMORPGs. You can sell anything. You can sell the downfall of a guild. You can buy it. You can say, I'm looking to kick a guild out of Nassau, and if you can manage it to do it, this is the contract, and it's $1 billion. It's 500 mil up front, and upon completion of contract, it's the other 500 mil. And you take that 500 million and you go and you hire people and you kick Method. You don't like Method because all they do is lie on their videos and shit like this. You don't like Method, right? So you kick them out of Nassau. You hire the 5 other big guilds and you kick them out of Nassau, and you run politics, right? Real politics, not boosting, not GDKP or all the small penis stupidity bullshit that all the WoW players got caught up in. Actual politics, actual contracts, actual real life bullshit, actual problems, actual wars, actual sovereign actual sovereign complaints and border disputes and all this other stuff, like what they promised with the ocean fights in Arc Age, but didn't deliver like what Steven Shreet said he was going to do with Ashes of Creation and all this. I actually need it, but I need it on a really basic level. Like, one of the things you understand about EvE is it's not fast. It's still on the same internet tick system that they've always been on. So there's like ticks in this game, and you'll see them revolve and stuff on the gun wheel. There's like ticks in this game, just like WoW. It's the same MMORPG tick stuff. And notice it's very slow and nothing ever really happens. Now imagine instead of space, there was beautiful high-res 2024 ocean, and it's a storm, and you can see the storm coming on the horizon, and you're like, oh my god, that black blob on the horizon is going to kill my ship if I sail into it. I've got a hard reverse and go back to Barbados, which is a problem because I'm being chased. And that storm will kill my ship. It absolutely will. We cannot go into it. It will kill my ship. It's a category 5 hurricane. We can't go into it. So we're gonna have to turn around and fight the French admiral chasing us, and that's not good. And so you beat to quarters and tell the people that we've got a fight coming in the next 20 minutes. We have to turn around. The storm's scarier than the French admiral. So, so you take the French admiral on, that kind of stuff, and the graphics are amazing, and the 20 minutes is slow, and nothing happens. You're just staring at the side of your ship, just like EvE, like nothing's happening right now. Understand? I'm moving, but that's about it. That's the only thing that's happening, right? I'm moving, but, that's it. I could turn the camera off because nothing's really happening. There's no, I mean, and that's the RP that the modern games are missing, that they need. I thought I might find it with the Kasaka submarine in Grand Theft Auto 5, just a little bit. So I'm going to rebuy Grand Theft Auto 5 next month on Epic and see what their submarine RP is like, because I'm so desperate for it, but they won't deliver it. And then Ubisoft comes in and it even sinks our chances of seeing it even worse, you know what I'm saying, with Skull and Bones. They and on top of it, we get the AAA is on their death suicide march, trying to their reputation death crusade, where they want to cash in their reputation for money. So Ubisoft just tanked any, I hate Ubisoft now. Ubisoft fucking tanked any chance of CCP or any other good company of actually saving pirate combat. I mean, literally, Ubisoft tanked it for like 10 years. No, the companies are going to remember how badly Skull and Bones went, and they're going to be like, nah, we're not going to make an EVE Online for 1500s naval combat and inspire a generation to be ship captains, because we need ship captains. We're about to go to space. So without inspiring the kids to be space captains, we aren't going to have space captains to fly all the spaceships that we're going to need when we go to space, even if that is in 500 years. We still need ship captains, and we need video games that inspire them to be ship captains, like EVE Online. I'm inspired to be a ship captain, like my favorite captain of all time, Mandaharan Tuska, from the books Star of the Guardians. I like him more than Han Solo. You know what I'm saying? I like Mandaharan Tuska more than Han Solo. He was Mandaharan Tuska was black and awesome, and he married Nola, and he was such an awesome character. I love Mandaharan Tuska, and fuck Han Solo. He's a pussy in comparison to Mandaharan Tuska, and whatever. So kids need to be. I was inspired to be Mandaharan Tuska when I was like 7 years old. That's how I've lived the life that I did, and the kids need their inspiration, and it's not Skull and Bones. And fuck stupid ass Ubisoft for fucking up and fucking up our chances at a good pirate game and just destroying it. Fuck Capcom for fucking up Dragon's Dogma 2 and not giving us 120 frames per second on a new Dungeons and Dragons 3D, a new 3D attempt at Dungeons and Dragons that isn't mortal, and all this other shit. And I say fuck these AAA for destroying our chances at this stuff when we need it the most. We need a pirate game like Skull and Bones really fucking bad to inspire a generation the way that Minecraft inspired a generation. You understand? We need a pirate game that inspires a generation the way that Minecraft and Metal Gear Solid and Grand Theft Auto and RDR2 inspired a generation. We needed Skull and Bones to be good, and they can't. Their core gameplay loop was fundamentally worthless, and so they can't save Skull and Bones. If you give a good core gameplay loop like EVE Online, where you don't need to be twitchy and good at shooting things, you just need to make actual good game sense. Like if you see a fucking fucking Category 5, sea hurricane coming, or whatever they call that, typhoon coming, you don't go towards it. You go back towards the French private chasing you, and he knows this, which is why he's chasing you. He's had spies from the West Coast tell him that the Category 5 typhoon is coming, and he knows that you're heading into it, but you don't. You finally see it, and you're like, oh my God, I'm heading into a storm that's far worse than the French admiral chasing me and all this. And there's all this terrible stuff that you could do with weather, and all this not terrible, but like terribly great stuff that you could do with weather, you know. And I look at Skull and Bones, and I'm like, fuck you for taking what CCP built. Fuck you for taking what you yourselves built with Black Flag and shitting all over it. And we needed a good pirate game. And I say, fuck Ubisoft and fuck Capcom. Never buy anything they make ever again. We needed you to make Dragon's Dogma 2 good. We needed you to make we needed you to make Skull and Bones good. We needed you to make those games good, and you didn't. You sold out a generation. Fuck you. You can't do business in my fucking industry anymore. I won't buy any more games that you do. I won't buy any more fucking, Assassin's Creeds. I won't buy any more fucking, Exo Primals or fucking Dragon Dogmas 2 or any of this stuff. Nah, man, you lost them. What I need you to do is inspire generations of children to be fucking ship captains. Instead, you're inspiring generations of children to get fat on their skin addictions. You know what I'm saying? It's stupid. It's just based, and I mean, I wrote a comment about this earlier tonight before I went on stream. I watched a video about video games are corrupt, or I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to my history. I'm gonna show a comment that I wrote. And then I'm going to delete it. I'm a ghost. I delete everything that I write because they'll just use it and they won't give me credit. They'll write their videos off what I say. I catch them doing it all the time. They'll write their fucking videos off what I say. Here's an example of it. Modern gaming is a scam, right? Where do you think all of them are thinking this, but I'm the one saying it, and this is groundbreaking for him. He gets almost 100,000 views off this like concept because it's like a shock concept to them, but it's not a shock concept to me. I've known it since 2015. I've known it for 8 years earlier than they did. That the industry's been like this, right? And I wrote this comment on this Modern Gaming is a Scam video where I said the microtransactions in Dragon's Dogma 2 were a non-issue compared to the 30 FPS on a 4090. You totally do not have to buy them. They totally do not matter. Totally a non-issue, entirely made up in the gaming press's mind. Do not. What does matter, you do have to buy a $100 brand new game with 30 frames per second. Idiot Game Press gets it twisted so bad. Admittedly, this is coming from someone who religiously bought every game they ever made, but fuck Capcom, cancel them now, foul, based, profane, screwing children, end it now, trade a reputation like all the rest of them so they can screw children, tell me I'm wrong, it's cancel time, all of them. Microsoft, Bethesda, Capcom, Arcane, CDPR, Activision, Squaresoft, EA, all of them before they hurt more kids. Oh, won't someone please think of the children? Now, I let this up for 2 hours. They're going to steal all this and they're going to use it for videos. I'm not stupid, but I will delete it. I don't care. It's my work. I can do with it what I want. And I will do what I've been doing since 2008 on social media fucking posts. I come in, I drop my reality bomb, I blow everybody's fucking mind when they realize that I'm right. They don't give me credit. They think I'm an asshole and I'm just angry and loud and I just complain. I'm a crybaby all the fucking time because they're dickless, brainless pieces of shit with pieces of shit for mind and pieces of shit for mind, body, heart, and soul who just want to come in and rag on me for trying to change things. So I come in, I drop my bomb, I change their fucking minds, and I change the world, and I erase the posts, and I drop my bomb, I throw my fingers, I ghost, and I erase the post. I ghost and I erase the post, and it rhymes on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like I ghost and I erase the post. I've done this to girls. I've done this to people. I've done this to companies. I have called for killing the president when Trump was in power. Like right on my social media posts. I don't care. Then I drop my bomb. I say kill the president, and then I ghost. And I mean it too. Kill that president. Kill him. Well, he's not a president anymore. Kill the ex-president. You know what I'm saying? Kill the ex-president before he causes us more problems. And I'll say it right there. And then I ghost. I say peace. And I say, and I don't mean this. And I'm joking. I'm saying it with a tongue-in-cheek. I don't really want to kill anybody, you know? In Minecraft or whatever. What I do mean is, like, kill the fucking president before he kills us. Look at what he did to our relationships with China. Look at what he did with our relationships with Japan, with Russia, with Israel and Hamas and Palestine, Germany, Britain. Look at what damage he did with our relationships with Mexico. All Trump has done is damaged our relationships. That's all it's been. He's been a bad actor. He ruined our fucking chances of having a good reputation in this world. And I say fucking kill him in return. That's what he deserves. I say fucking kill the president. Now I don't say that now because he's not a president anymore. He's not a figurehead anymore. But when he was in power, I went to my social media and I said very, very clearly, expecting to be thrown in some Gestapo prison or something in my own country, that I said very clearly, kill the president. I left that motherfucker up on my fucking Facebook for 2 months for every little shithead, little Eichmann asshole who was on my friends list or anybody who read my posts at all to fucking see what I actually meant. I just said 3 simple words. I said kill the president. I left that on my fucking Facebook for 2 fucking months and shit. Things that other people dream of doing, you know? And then I ghost. I just kill the comment, erase it like it never happened, and then you'd be surprised what you can get away with doing this, right? And I mean it, too. I say fuck Capcom, fuck CDPR, fuck Microsoft, fuck Bethesda, don't buy their games, stop getting ripped off by them. They traded their reputation for $1. They do not have your children's best interests in heart. They are actively destroying the fucking industry. I'll drop my bomb and I'll motherfucking ghost. I don't care if you think it's complaining or crybabying. I don't care what your little piece of shit 15-year-old idiot brain has dreamed up in your delusional mind about what the state of reality is. It doesn't change the fact that everything I've said here is true. Everything that I said here must happen. Everything that I say I do, and everything I say actually matters. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care what you think. I never have, never will. It doesn't change the fact that what I'm saying is true. You know, it's true. What I'm saying is true. These companies must be disbanded. They must be taken apart. They can no longer kill this industry while we stand by and watch. This image, it's there for a reason. You want to stand there and call me a crybaby every single fucking time I complain about these fucking rapists pushing your shit back? You as a child, they're pushing your shit back and you don't even know it because you're that goddamn delusional and fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? So I fight for you every single fucking day. Oh yeah, woe is me. I'm in my Jesus Christ T-pose in Fallout 76 trying to save you or whatever. But understand, if somebody doesn't say something, nobody will ever fix it. You understand? You want to call me a crybaby bitch? I call you a brainless shithead, worthless moron. And guess who's actually accurate? I'm not. I have a real verifiable reason to say this stuff. And I'm not the only one. You call me a crybaby, I call you a little worthless bitch who doesn't deserve the industry that you're fucking enjoying. You should care like me. You want to call me complainer when I write a bad review about Horizon Zero Dawn? Try to fucking, do whatever, Like, trust me. Like, you're trust me, man. Like, when you understand 30,000 videos are about to hit YouTube about exactly what I talk about every single fucking day, and that I'm not alone, and that you're the delusional one, you'll understand that you should have shut the fuck up and let the elders speak, you little piece of shit.
But the modern day gaming industry is broken and scamming us all.
Or listen to somebody your age. Listen to someone your age if you gotta attack everybody. If you're some fucking retard hand grenade that just keeps blowing up in everybody's hand before they can pull the pin, you're just on attack mode against everybody like a worthless piece of shit or whatever, right? Listen to it from somebody your age then. Okay, you don't like me, I'm old, I'm bald, I'm fat or whatever. Then go listen to somebody your age say and understand that I'm not a crybaby. I'm trying to save the industry that you love, worthless piece of shit. And I'm saying it and I mean it and it's true. And nobody would argue with me either. It's factually true. You're a stupid piece of shit if you disagree with me. You know what I'm saying?
The Joe and Jane schmoes, but everyone. Developers, companies, and consumers alike.
Look at it, it's like a litany of fucking monopolies designed to destroy genres.
with slow but steady injections of things such as price hikes, macro.
And so understand, like, you know, I'm not fucking whining for no fucking reason. You think this is, like, this guy's got 2,000 subs and 66,000 views. You think I'm the only one who thinks this shit? You think I'm being a fucking crybaby? There you are again, being a fucking little fucking clueless, naive bitch. Like, clueless. As in, no idea how the real world works. Get out there and stop attacking me and go fucking, like, live your life and understand how the world works a little bit better, you clueless, naive bitch. I fight for you every single fucking day. You thank me by calling me names and attacking me and shit. You fucking clueless piece of shit bitch. Straight ingrate. Fucking ingrate. The literal goddamn definition of the fucking word. You know what I'm saying? You are the literal definition of a fucking ingrate. Someone who does not show proper appreciation or thanks for something. You think I'm being a crybaby. You're a stupid, delusional, worthless piece of shit who does not value. You add no value to the video game industry in any way or form. You actively hurt it.
Transactions, annoying
you and the developers,
pre-order trends, and the removal of our agency over the games we supposedly own. All of this is a battle we seemingly have already lost and accepted like so many other slights. This enormous greed and the need to continue to please the incompetent at the top has resulted in a dark shadow being cast in the industry, and yet
here's all these other people making at least $250,000 a year in the industry saying exactly the same shit that I'm saying. But no, I'm a whiny little bitch complaining. No, delusional, naive, thinks that I'm fucking complaining too much. Delusional child, delusional small brain, low IQ, smooth brain child thinks I'm whining too much. No, him and reality don't mix too much. You know what I'm saying? You and reality just don't even ever enter into the same fucking room ever at, you know, at the same time. I'm disappointed that the industry that brought me nothing but joy and wonder as a child has decided to kick the shit out of me as an adult. This is the guy who wrote Ready at Dawn. I no longer can contribute to a project I was passionate about nor work with my talented colleagues that I've gotten to know. Things feel very different from my previous layoffs. Before studios would respond to swoop up talent, this time everyone is drowning. Overwatch 2 was my passion and my perfect dream job. I'm devastated that my team and I were eliminated despite our importance. And all this other shit. And you just want to sit there like the little fucking piece of shit, right-wing, like, delusional, little Likeman, worthless, do not add credit to humanity in any way or form, totally delusional, interminably online, never go out walking, never go outside, fucking bullshit, right? And like, and you want to attack, you're just on endless attack mode. Because you have no clue. You're stuck on stupid. Your clock's only right twice a day because you're just stuck on stupid.
Yet there is.
Hey, you want to complain about me, where you have all of these corporate shitheads taking a shit in your little delusional mouth, and you want to come after me for being a fucking crybaby. You are a worthless, stupid piece of shit. You are a discredit to your fucking gender, your race, your class, and our fucking industry. You are a discredit to it. You are a complete worthless piece of shit. You want to attack me for fucking saying something about it? You are the problem.
Hope for a better tomorrow.
You're just as much a problem as these worthless pieces of shit. You might as well go suck their dick. You can go make love to them. They're the only other people with the lowest value like you. The only other people with low value in the industry, like unlike the trolls, right, are these companies. You guys deserve each other. Go suck their dick for a while and leave me alone.
Even if that better tomorrow would require an upheaval unlike anything we have seen in the industry so far.
Stupid, clueless, naive piece of shit.
Talk about it.
Now come here, my fat concubine.
Yup.
I want you bigger.
I want you fatter.
It will please me.
It will
Thanks to
please me.
Microsoft.
Now come here, little slave who attacks me all the time. Keep attacking me. It pleases me.
Its acquisition of
Little
Activision,
bitch. Get on your little hamster loop and keep spinning.
Blizzard, and the CMA's concerns, we were able to gain a rare insight into a variety of things. Most importantly, the genuinely insane
You're right where I
amounts
want
of money
you.
being poured into video games at the moment. A publisher claimed that the cost of development and marketing has risen to $1
Wow.
billion.
Look at that.
I repeat,
So I got my 10 boosters, which was good. I bought these at 80. And I want to sell at, I have 27 boosters in a Mar. Jesus fucking Christ. So, yeah, no. We have to look at the view market details. Yeah. Ooh. So you are selling on the market for 85, but you will go up. This guy's selling for 2 months. They all sell for 2 months, but there's a yep. So I can't really. Oh, I got these for 76. Yeah, I did. I got 76 mil. Huh? How many boosters do I have right now? 70, I think. I shouldn't sell. Or well, I could sell, but I don't think I can sell. Anyways, so looking at my frames now, and we will leave town. Something I did it doesn't like, so we're gonna change it. It's the textures and the foliage. And yeah, and I believe that's good. We can probably put that to medium, yeah. It will save changes. FSR, ultra quality, 60 FPS. We're gonna close out and try again. Like, you watch me here reload games 85,000 times trying to get the perfect settings just to get 120 frames per second. That's an example of the industry stealing from everybody that we know. If you want to attack me for attacking them, you're basically the same piece of shit problem as them. You are not helping us. You are not helping me. You're not helping anybody. You're just damaged. You're just damaged to everybody that you ever meet. You need to fucking change your stupid ass, worthless, naive ways. You know?
Beat that. The cost of development and marketing for one game has
Fucking Skull and Bones.
risen to $1 billion with a
$1
B. The development of a Call of Duty
billion.
game clocks in at around $300 million, and GTA was expected to eclipse $250 million with ease. Or look across the aisle at Sony. Spider-Man 2 cost Insomniac $300 million. It was so expensive that they went over budget. Guess how much? 1 million? No. 5 million? 15 million? Don't make me laugh. 30 million. And the craziest part? The total budget at the end for Spider-Man 2 turned out to be 3 times the amount of money spent making Spider-Man 1. The understandable need to recoup these mind-boggling investments has forced studios and publishers alike to push out more content to get a continuous revenue stream.
God, Spider-Man 2 looks good. I really want to play it, but it means buying a PS5, which I won't do.
Macrotransactions, for
Spider-Man 2 looks so good. I really actually want to play it. That looks so fun to me.
However, the
My God.
development for these
Like, look, they even got the physics right about flying through the air and shit, and it doesn't feel all scary, but I wish they got the wind effects a little bit better.
products also cost them.
I would say the Fortnite effects of flying through the air was one of the better things that they did. You really feel like you're flying through the air, all the wood, the rushing wind sounds and all that.
An incredible amount of money, which they also need to recoup. This makes it all the more ironic that both Sony and Warner Brothers are still thinking that live service games are the way to go, with Sony still developing 6 and Warner Brothers trying to make the next Hogwarts installment a live service game, entirely ignoring the fact that it succeeded because it was a finished story that people could pick up and play at their own leisure. Live service games rarely are the way to go without tripping and falling face first into a pit of acid placed on top
180
of a roof that is
million.
about to go off. They have a curse placed on them, that of horrible launch states, and it takes time, money, and commitment to eventually reap those rewards, which I highly doubt Warner Brothers has the patience to stick around for, and Sony as well, as they are releasing 6 of them by March 2026. Something has got to give, and if they do not want it to be the amount of games they produce, it has to be the marketing. According to some testimonies, marketing alone can range from $50 million up to $550 million. How in the ever-loving hell is this supposed to be sustainable? How do investors expect this to work? There isn't an unlimited amount of money available in the world, A great example for this is how the PS5, you know, the console that is so hotly desired that Xbox has kinda given up on the Series X and was constantly unavailable during the thing that YouTube does not like mentioned, where we had to stay inside all of the time, sold 25 million units and had a 12% revenue increase year over year, but due to the cost of development for games, the overall profit fell by 49%. That is just a tiny bit more than the amount of revenue lost by Bungie in the fiscal year of 2023. And speaking of Bungie,
Hello, Guardian.
Oh, shanks.
when you think of playing a video game, what do you feel? Is it relaxation? Is it stress? Is it awe and wonder? Whatever it may be, games usually evoke these feelings on purpose. People have worked for years to make these certain feelings for the specific game be felt by those who get to experience them. Now take these feelings and the game associated with them and shove a big banner in there that is forcing an ad in your face telling you to buy this obnoxious new thing that they want you to waste way too much money on. No matter what kind of feeling you have felt before, it is now spiked with annoyance or even anger. You may have heard of this from videos such as the one that Acecross made, a prolific Destiny content creator, about the obnoxious microtransactions that have snuck their way into the game over time. In the past, Bungie stealthily throttled the gain of XP in Destiny 2 so you would earn EvEverse engrams slower. These engrams essentially just being cosmetic only loot boxes as a way to push you towards buying their premium currency to either directly buy their cosmetics or buy packs of these engrams, and as this was exposed, they of course did the regular song and dance of apologizing and removing the offending practice. However, Bungie didn't only have a monkey's paw that curled. They had a stack of monkey limbs curling in some cellar at the same time, as they then proceeded to get more greedy and more lazy over the course of the next few years. They got rid of the Prismatic Matrix, a weekly roll of the dice that would get you a guaranteed item out of a select 10 for free that ran on a knockout basis. So if you ever got an item from the Ever Shit store, it would not appear in this matrix, guaranteeing you a new cosmetic item no matter what. Then they removed the Bright Dust bounties, Bright Dust being earnable currency to buy cosmetics for free, and multiple sources of bright engrams, those loot boxes I spoke of before. And in place of these, they started adding cosmetic bundles that you could only acquire through their premium currency, which we will get to later. Expansions that had way too little for the amount of money asked of you, and in at least one case, was shoehorned in. I will not believe for a second that Lightfall was not an expansion that they had to shove in there to please the useless executives at the top. Year by year, they kept pulling back on the content delivered, but kept expanding the contents in their paid store, even at one point separating dungeons from the seasons that they used to come with, and then hiking the price of those seasons. While the game was being neglected, the store was being constantly updated, even getting new UIs, even though the promised yearly refresh of the core playlist loot was never delivered. And while yes, one can say we got so many new armors through the season pass and seasonal cosmetics that look way better anyway, do you not think that they made the playlist armor look absolutely mid on purpose so they can't say people weren't using it? They even added the sword pack, which included some weapons, cosmetics and resources for 15 bucks. The best part? The weapons weren't even useful at that point in the meta. The amount of resources you got was laughable, and both of which could be earned in the game in a relatively acceptable amount of time. This blew up so much that they took that bundle off the store ASAP. Okay, I need to calm down. This is not a hate video on Bungie after all.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay. So, we all surely remember the loot box fiasco of Battlefield 2. A fiasco so disastrous and so unifying due to its shittiness that the collective uproar of the gaming community caused governments to step in. Has it achieved much? One can argue about that, but the fact that it got to that point in the year 2017 is absolutely insane. Hold on, there is one more thing about Bungie I have to add. Remember this? I ignored it in the past, thinking it cannot be that bad. Boy, was I wrong. I genuinely hate the statement with a burning passion. A little while ago, during the final years of E3, we got this gem of a scene.
Is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
No,
The game director denied the announcement being a joke, which is honestly correct, as he is the joke. later trying to gaslight people into believing that the very justified criticism was based on mere misinformation and not fact. I don't know, man. The fact that you need to pay around $125,000 to reach max power is pretty self-evident in that matter. And let's not forget how CDPR, creators of Cyberpunk 2077, tried saying that hating on the game at release was merely the popular thing to do, all the while obfuscating the state of the game during the review period. We may bitch and moan about how I'm leaving this in. About how macro transactions keep ruining our games, but compared to us, sports gamers have it way worse. And most of them do not even realize it. In fact, they welcome it. As someone living in Germany, finding someone who plays FIFA and only FIFA is like finding sand on a beach. It is very easy, and when they talk about FIFA, they always glow with pride when talking about how they got a super rare player card for a special mode, and they will brag about it constantly, simply ignoring the fact that it took them ages and tons of card pack openings to get it, only for them to do it all over again in the copy-paste release the year after. I'm honestly wondering how they get the money for that every single year. It is the same kind of mystery as how the most wealthy and frequent art commissioners are furries. I don't know where you guys get the money from, but god damn, what are you doing? Good on you. Cosmetics used to be the line where one could argue
it's called Unity.
Microtransactions were okay.
Furries work with each other, and they cut each other breaks, and they give each other discounts, and they work with each other, and they all go to the same cons. They love each other. This is why Juggalos are awesome. Juggalos are awesome. I don't care if they got a bad reputation or whatever. They're awesome people, and I've always felt kinship with them. I like groups of people that are out to help each other, and that's what gangs are. That's what biker gang. I've always liked the biker gangs. I think I even like the cartel, because without groups of people, you have essentially a free for all where everybody just gets hurt. And so yeah, if you wonder where the furries got their money from, it's that social lubricant. I ran in groups my entire life until I was about 38, at which point I struck out on my own, and now I'm alone. And it's a different change. And you can see it's not done much damage, but it's definitely been a change. It is a change. Now, medium, low. Oops, sorry, I gotta change. Here we go. Medium, low. I want the foliage high. I want the foliage high. I want the textures high. I want the global illumination high. The rest of it can stay low. Save. Quit. Yes. Reload. Again.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, now, what am I doing? I am buying from the vendor all the copper ore that I can get. 8 to 23. Son of a bitch! I missed it by 10 seconds. God damn it. I'm stuck here. I gotta wait. Oh. I mean, maybe I can get silver ore. I don't know. 18k is still it's like 3.5k profit, which is a little bit better.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Okay, so I wanted to yell to the server that I was buying silver ore, but that will affect my prices, so I'm not going to do that. Epic, yeah, post-processing. I don't know if even that should be on Epic. Yeah, I think we want this on high. I want you to quit game again. And now these are the settings. These are the ideal settings that I want. And I'll see if we can get them. I fucking doubt it, but I don't, whatever. I'm a believer in eventually getting what I want,
One could get equally good-looking gear by just playing the game, and in the off chance you couldn't, it was begrudgingly accepted, as again, they weren't as obtrusive as pay-to-win microtransactions were. Today though, it's a different story. Challenges that used to give you some sort of cosmetic incentive now just don't have those anymore. Instead, they were moved to paywalls or obscenely difficult challenges that may or may not be feasible. Or if you're a Warhammer 40k Dark Tide,
Oh,
they will just slap a different color on and we'll call it a day.
Oh,
once
I
you've
remember what
unlocked
I was
the
doing.
Final stage of a prison
Oops.
overalls. It feels crippling.
I totally spaced it, but I've got to
It even got so
go
bad that
buy fire
children,
crystals.
the little demons that they are, have started bullying each other if they don't have the latest, coolest skins.
Little
They
demons
feel
that they are.
ostracized from their peers if they don't play the same game and buy those skins. Or look at Halo Infinite. It was so extremely stingy with its cosmetics that you need to get a single color unlocked multiple times for
Autopilot
every single
jumping.
armor core. A color! Hell, Monster Hunter is not free of this. If you watch my channel or follow me on Twitter, which you most likely don't do either of, you will know that I
Approaching
absolutely would
Stargate.
give Monster Hunter the
Moving to
grapefruit
Stargate.
method for free if it
Warp
was a
drive
person.
active.
I adore Monster Hunter, but not even it is free of this scummy behavior. By the way, before we keep going, this is my chance to ask you all to like and subscribe. I make infotainment videos with shitty jokes. In Monster Hunter's latest release, Monster Hunter Rise, the community was disappointed to find out that most event quests, missions that were added post-release with either fun challenges or zany changes, would no longer give cosmetic or special armor like they did in the past. Yes, not every event quest did so even in prior releases, and nobody expected every single added quest to bury you in extra cosmetics.
Foliage
but people
has
expected
cost.
some. Instead, all the cool transmog armor was sold. Ah yes, Monster Hunter, a game where you are
Autopilot
rewarded by
jumping.
persevering against challenges, where your armor reflects your achievements on the game. You can simply choose to buy fancy looking gear with no strings attached. Cause that makes sense. The sense of pride and
Approaching
accomplishment, as
Stargate.
EA liked to put it, was simply not there. Instead, we were supposed to get hyped for gestures and titles and stickers. Three things that I barely ever saw used online. Any game that does this
Moving to
essentially
Stargate.
removes any
Warp
and
drive
all incentive there is to go after challenges for the casual players, as they get no tangible rewards for their efforts. However, if you look at free-to-play games, the sentiments differ quite a lot. A free-to-play game needs to be profitable somehow, so it is generally accepted that they require microtransactions to keep the lights on and feed their people. Premium-priced games having these macrotransactions makes no sense. Some have even double or triple dipped into the wallets of consumers, adding battle passes to the already existing macrotransactions and premium currencies, which, by the way, only exist to squeeze more money out of you than are required by making the in-game purchases slightly lower or higher
Autopilot
than
jump
what you can
Stargate.
get by buying the pack that is closest to the price, so you have to buy the next most expensive pack there. The simple idea of macrotransactions is so revolting to players that when a game announces that it won't have
Moving to
macrotransactions in it,
Warp
it will be
drive
hailed as the
active.
next
Pause
game of
for-
the year.
for
The moment a
superior,
game adds macrotransactions, you will immediately start questioning the game design. If something appears to be excessively difficult or tedious, is it truly meant to be difficult, or is it meant to funnel you towards spending money? The moment that option is merely presented to you, you've already lost trust and goodwill, but that isn't all there is. A special kind of macrotransaction was introduced a while ago, but resurfaced just recently with a vengeance: pre-order trends and special editions. In the past, a pre-order would net you some cosmetics at best, but at some
Autopilot
point this was
jumping.
changed to gaining gear that would have an effect on the game, and then to gaining access to closed betas. Even more recently, this was changed to having to pay extra to get that early access. It genuinely feels like shit that you have to pay an additional $30 to get the game on its actual release date, while everybody else has to endure a delayed release. I don't know why this was accepted, but I do have a small theory. A game theory. Oh, I think that due to how many more mainstream games
Maybe
tend
it's
to
textures,
have a vast amount
actually.
of special versions that one can order, it just kinda got lost in the
Let's go
sauce,
see.
because you would need a degree in cryptography to figure this shit out. And worst of all is that it keeps working. I myself cannot exclude myself from this, as up to as recently as Monster Hunter Rise did I pre-order games. Granted, I narrowed it down to Capcom games only, but the point still stands that this practice gives studios
Thank
or
you, It's Hawks. I've
publishers
liked and
an
subbed to your
influx
channel.
of money without having to ship a finished product on release day. Sure, they may get bad
Approaching
reviews
Stargate.
and some
Autopilot
refunds after the
jumping.
fact, but a majority of people will not refund those games And if you are so unlucky as to have bought Jedi Survivor on PC, you know what I mean by that.
There's the
And
120.
It hasn't helped that we have to
It was
pay
it was
more for
it was
either the same
texture
amounts
or
of
sorry,
content.
it was textures. I got foliage.
Gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Oh look,
Since
I got
the
my
PS3
frames.
and Xbox 360 era, prices have ranged from 40 to 60 bucks. But with the start of the PS5 and Xbox Series X generation, game prices have been raised by around 10 bucks. Companies reasoned that this increase would be reflected in the value of games going forward, alongside the increasing cost of development,
Autopilot
recouping
jumping.
costs and adjusting for inflation, in addition to higher console prices, online subscriptions, and added microtransactions or paid next-gen upgrades. Capcom is one of the few companies that abstained from raising prices for a long while, but raised them in the end as well. However, they are one of the companies that I would argue actually held up their end of the bargain by not only meeting, but also exceeding the quality bar that would warrant an increased price tag. They also stated that they needed to raise wages, which is honestly a commendable reason to raise prices, because they have been putting in the work. Although, to be fair, games in general have gotten more complex. Most now include various recurring payment sources that would have allegedly been done away with were the prices raised. Well, prices are raised. Why do we still have these shitty practices shoved into every game? The industry has gotten so bloated that it is unsustainable to keep going like this, but instead of scaling back, they keep pushing things further and further. Microsoft thought that Game Pass would alleviate the problem, but it isn't a solution for those who would like to own their games, as game ownership has also come into question. Steam actually did try something that sounded great at first, but, well, it wasn't great for everyone. Regional pricing. Countries with stronger currencies have to pay less, but those who live in countries with weaker currencies have to pay nearly hundreds of bucks more than they used to. Sure, one could change the place of residence to maybe get some discounts on Steam, but now you can only do so once every few months. Even if you have the money, games come out unfinished and broken, with refunds simply being extremely hard to get or not possible at all. PlayStation will only let you refund something if you don't download a game you bought, and Steam only allows refunds if you have less than 2 hours within a 14-day period on any given game, which is unbelievably little time to figure out if you want to keep a game or not, but at the very least, that was done for a good reason. That is, however, if you aren't the day before or Cyberpunk 2077 at release, which made both Steam and PlayStation do unprecedented refunding campaigns, which is genuinely amazing, because I didn't know that they would ever do something like that. You know what isn't amazing though?
Aren't we forgetting one teensy-weensy but ever so crucial little tiny detail?
We all enjoy having space and things be easily accessible at all times, so the clutter of physical media can be quite distressing to some. And while I personally value physical copies of my games, I have stopped getting them ever since I switched to PC. Most if not all of my games now are digital only, which does make me worry about my access to them, as lots of game studios have decided that their games should be always online games. So if a studio decides that the servers need to be taken offline, the game will be sent to oblivion, never to be recovered. Or if we are lucky, they will be remade, but as broken and overpriced remasters that do not justify their existence, aside from the fact that the original was removed. Art is essentially being destroyed. The hard work of people that worked their butts off in an industry that brutalizes the people which built it is being thrown away so that a useless pencil pusher at the top can get a few extra $1 million that they do not need nor deserve. And things like second-hand purchases of games will fall away as well. Some companies may just delist games so they can get tax breaks. The digital-only trend allows companies to decide whether you get to play a game or not. Other companies, like Nintendo, go after emulation, which is legal by the way, as if it was a crime. Yes, some people abuse it, but they treat every fan project as a direct threat to their bottom line. And then they turn around and disable the eShops that house those very games. Like, make it make sense. It does not compute. It just goes to show that companies nowadays just do not care about the art of games anymore. They all just hyper-focus on the money aspect of it. Well, here we are again with another addendum from the future. So, as you may have heard, Dragon's Dogma 2 came out, and it made a huge fuss because of the huge amount of microtransactions that they added into the game, and while you can get all of the items that they're selling in the game, it leaves a bad aftertaste that they insert these microtransactions into the game. It kind of just harkens back to the thing that I said before. Is it intentional game design that there are limited fast travel options, or was it specifically done to be inconvenient so you're pushed into buying these microtransactions? I honestly don't know what to say here. I trusted Capcom? Well, arguably I trusted Capcom less after Monster Hunter Rise, but this is just scummy. This is EA or 2K behavior. This isn't Capcom behavior. What is this shit? Either way,
nice talking to you.
yeah, Dragon's Dogma video in the future.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
All of these added payment options should make one think that the industry would be able to support itself. But if you look at the state of the industry, you see a jaw-dropping amount of layoffs. In 2023, arguably one of the most insane years for gamers, an estimated 11,250 developers lost their livelihoods, and in the first 3 months of 2024, around 6,000 more developers lost their jobs. Almost 18,000 people have been fucked over. All while doing their best for an uncaring industry. An industry that not only uses developers as much as they can, but also abuses them to no end. Instead of getting compensated for crunch, overtime, or outstanding performances, they get kicked out. And during all this time, CEOs like Bobby Shitface Kotick and Andrew Wilson, a CEO that is so cartoonishly greedy he's a caricature of himself, make millions for doing nothing to better the games or the gaming landscape as a whole. Or look at Bungie. They recently also let go a lot of people, and when asked if they had considered that management could take pay cuts to keep their hard workers aboard, they were met with this sentence, and I quote, "Bungie is not that type of company." A response so vile and disgusting, I'm actually surprised they had the balls to say out loud what we have all known for a while. And to top that off, they even threatened more layoffs. This is not meant to be a "we have to do better" video. Countless have been made that plead with gamers to vote with their wallets, but that simply doesn't work. There will always be people who base their entire existence around the pointless task of defending companies that mistreat not only us as consumers, but the developers as well. After all, do you remember the horse armor that started all of this? $250. That is how much it cost. Now we are at a spot where people pay the equivalent of a small house on mobile games. Gaming as a whole was never a cheap hobby, for neither side of the industry. And with how it is going, it will only get more expensive. And the cost will be passed off to the consumers. And the cost that cannot be passed off, developers will suffer those consequences. We're at a point where this is no longer sustainable. Will there be a collapse? I don't know. Do I hope for one? Kinda and kinda not. I hope for one, as the blatant disregard of any goodwill by these shitheads is getting on my nerves. But I also don't hope for one, as the developers, the ground floor people like you and me, the ones that have to make ends meet, the ones that try their hardest, that put in the long hours and try to deliver something that they and we can be proud of, will be the first to suffer once the time comes. I know people will disagree, and I'm fine with that. All I wanted to do with this video is to hopefully let people know of the shit that is happening to our beloved hobby right this moment. But there is hope. Various people from the industry that were laid off have regrouped and created new studios, and if I remember correctly, even new publishing labels. These people have the chance to change the industry by earning the trust of consumers and proving the old guard wrong. We have seen time and time again that trust alone will go a long way to getting revenue to rise and rise. Look at FromSoft. Look at Capcom. Look at AA and indie studios. They're all currently thriving, humiliating AAA studios who have stopped innovating in fears of losing too much money, causing the medium to stagnate in so many ways. Indie and AA studios in particular are the future. These people rarely have a board forcing them to make more and more money, and thus they can simply focus on making great games. Focus on making art. They try their hardest to make each game you buy worth your time, as they cannot simply rely on brand recognition. They don't have $1 billion to spend on marketing and development. They have to get creative and nail what they are working on, as each misstep can and will hurt the people behind the projects so much more. So, if you can take one thing away from this video, I hope you can support
buying
those
like
who
50
respect
stacks of
us
fire
as
crystals.
their customers, who respect this beautiful medium so many of us
More
go
than
to
that.
for comfort
Warping to
and rest.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Gaming is dying, not in sales or in popularity, but in value. There are 4 things that are eating gaming from the inside out. Games like Jedi Survivor, Halo Infinite, Cyberpunk, and the Call of Duty franchise are examples of all of these issues.
Jumping.
Not all of this, though, is caused by publishers that many of us hate.
Thank you,
like
Exile, that
Ubisoft
liked and
or
subbed to your
EA.
channel.
However, they definitely indulge into at least one of these things and do so painfully. We have games such as Call of Duty Cold War, Forspoken, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and Overwatch 2. These are all modern day examples of games that have crashed and burned due to the state of them at launch, or they are not games made for the player. Gaming used to be fueled by pure passion and care even from the giants in this industry. From games series like Metal Gear, Elder Scrolls and Red Dead Redemption being genuine examples of games being made with love. Sadly though, this is lost in today's world. However, we do have some gems still existing. So let's discuss the 4 reasons gaming is dying.
Warping to Stargate.
This video, in a way, is the true sequel to my Is Gaming Dying video, and bringing to light the topics that we all know are damaging games in general. In that video, I discussed how I was feeling at the time when it came to the world of games, and how I felt based off the most recent examples of games being released. I spoke about how I loved gaming when I was younger, and that a part of this issue might be down to us growing up, which is an idea that I've expanded on in my Is Gaming Art video. Within that video, I came to the conclusion that with growing up, I started to become more cynical and think more in depth towards the small details, which in comparison to when I was a kid playing something like Animal Crossing City Folk, Minecraft, or Metal Gear Sons of Liberty, which are all games that definitely have flaws within them, especially based off the modern day standard of games, but a lot of us become way more unhappy with nowadays than we were when we were a kid. One of the big ones today is that games have to be 60 FPS, which I think is an insane concept to have for every game out there. With only indie titles being some of the games that are able to get away with this, even if new games from big publishers have massively ambitious scopes and great concepts, with ideas that are absolutely amazing. However, because it's not 60 FPS, people start to stir up a fuss just
120,
launch and
120,
about it
not
all day.
60.
Whereas when we were kids, we didn't care about the quality of the image.
Your inventory
or
is
how
full.
many frames a second the game was running.
I always care.
Outside of this, I touched
Your
on
games
the
have
topic
good
that I'll be
graphics.
discussing and expanding on within this video. I don't think that I'm being too cynical of the space, or need to
Tetris
disconnect
didn't,
myself
but I mean,
from the games
a lot of them did.
and need to just stop caring about them, which is what a lot of people told me to do. So all of this comes from a place of love. I'm simply someone who has got to a point where I'm no longer happy with the modern day state of games, and more in particular, AAA titles. But I won't make you walk away from this video with pure disappointment for the
Your
future,
inventory is full.
as that is not what I think. So sit down, grab a cup of tea and some biscuits, and I mean proper biscuits, not scones that you guys have over in the US. I don't understand why you guys call scones biscuits. It just makes no sense. And then you have cookies. Like
we don't have
cookies,
biscuits.
then there's
Biscuits are something
they're
we make with
different
flour
things, okay? But join me in
to
this
eat
video,
with like
which is a thing
southern
that I'm
food.
genuinely really passionate about.
We don't
within
do
the space of
biscuits.
Gaming, as it affects everyone, and at times can be really scummy towards us as the consumers. Many of the developers working on games that they loved, but are bottlenecked by many
I mean, we eat
companies.
biscuits
Now, if you do
with
enjoy
KFC
long-form
and stuff like
content
that.
like this,
Southern fried
and talking
chicken,
about more niche
you'll find
things and
biscuits,
kind of
but I
delving
mean,
deeper
biscuits
into
aren't
these
very
sorts of
common,
topics, then
no.
make sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video, and it will get out there for others to see. And if you want to see videos like this a week earlier from launch, then make sure to go check out my Patreon, where you'll get access to that and much more, such as a say in the future content coming out on this channel, behind the scenes on creating videos like this, and active Q&As. And lastly, if you want to export any further and are in need of some new and lovely wallets, then make sure to go check out minimaldesigns.com below, which is my company personally, so if you did want to and you wanted to grab a slimline wallet, then make sure to go check it out, as it is great quality. I'm absolutely in love with mine personally, but yeah, let's jump back into this video.
Warp drive active.
One of the issues that I have with gaming is the extreme greed that many companies have within the industry. From the likes of Bungie charging you £30 to £40 for this new DLC that in a year's time they're going to make free anyway and then cut content from, all the way through to the likes of Activision who are charging £70 for the new Call of Duty release and then ramming in microtransactions and battle passes on top of it. All of this is done because of greed and wanting everything out of you and bleeding you dry until eventually there is enough backlash to their product to go against this. An example of this, I would say, is what Ubisoft are facing right now, which was burning their core audience around Assassin's Creed with the last set of releases, and now they're making a game to try and appease these fans and try and keep them in, and not only are they doing this, they're also undercharging this product in comparison to any of their competition. Then my next issue with gaming is the current quality of games being unfinished on launch, and we now have a few examples of this happening that it's starting to create the issue and question of why is this becoming so common. Most recent examples of this are the likes of Spoken, Jedi Survivor and Pokemon Arceus. Which doesn't mean all of these games are absolute trash, you know, outside of Spoken, I'd definitely say that, but all of them being released with issues anywhere from frame drop, lack of overall content, just poor gameplay quality from the storyline, the voice acting to the world design, and it just becomes a bit much for the average consumer. Which has now got to a point where you're getting a lot of valid criticism towards games that shouldn't have been released this early on launch, and are being marketed to be, in a way, bigger and better than any of the previous AAA titles out there, when in reality, they could probably be maybe AA, or even bordering indie level-esque of games. However, on the other end of valid criticism, you have extreme criticism, which is something I spoke about briefly a moment ago. This is an issue where maybe at large we're just being more critical, or it could be a big thing around everyone feeling as if their take matters. Which, I know, it's quite pretentious of me to be saying this as a guy who sat here asking you to watch a video that's probably more than 45 minutes long, but please stay with me here. There are plenty of videos out here where people are critiquing games and making very valid points, but many people will gain a full opinion on a game and maybe even consider never playing the game in the first place because their favourite creators say that it's not good because of some small issue of the game, or it could even be that there is genuine issues with the game, but you're never going to try it out, and overall you could actually genuinely love this thing. Like, if you consider what a lot of us loved when we were younger, a lot of those games have flaws. I'm someone who loves Skyrim, I'm very open about it. However, I'm very aware there is flaws to the game. A perfect example of this was Jedi Survivor, which yes, should have had a couple of extra weeks, all the way through to maybe even an extra month to polish off. But the amount of people who were trying to rip into this game and trying to make it as if it was completely awful, when in fact the game is really great, but because it had FPS issues that were unsustainable, it made it complete trash. So because of small issues, it ends up making a lot of people feel as if they just shouldn't play the game in the first place. And lastly, one of the biggest issues that I have with the gaming landscape is the lack of change. Not a lack of innovation from a technical perspective, as they are two very different things and a lot of people try to unify them. Over the last decade though, we've either been getting sequels to previous games that are beloved, remasters to games we love, or games that are effectively cousins to games we love. So none of them are trying to make something truly new. They stick to their big guns and can't let go of anything that might be dying because it's the one thing that's keeping their companies afloat, or is at least keeping a lot of their profit margins available. I love games, but sadly these four things have poisoned the industry, from the way that some creators have accumulated an audience of mindless cynics towards every small thing, which has created the YouTube version of doom scrolling, to the lack of pair of giants in the industry and destroying the franchises that we once loved. So let's talk about these issues, and also I'm going to be discussing some of the great examples of pieces of media that we've been getting within the gaming world that are fighting against this poison. So let's jump into why greed is such a bad thing within games, like, you know, who would have thought, and how it's destroyed our favourite franchises and some of our favourite games out there. So I think what we need to do first is describe what is and isn't greedy, in my opinion anyway, within games. So a game that I would say wasn't greedy was Red Dead Redemption 2, which is an example of a game that many would have paid way more than even the £60 on release that it sold for. We ended up getting an amazing story, a great world, and a beautiful looking game with one of the best characters within gaming. However, one of the biggest controversies surrounding this game was RDR Online, which supposedly was down to the factor that they wanted to, focus on GTA 5 and GTA 6, which personally I don't buy too much as their reasoning. Personally, I think that they just cancelled RDR Online solely because it didn't have a good enough ROI, and simply put, wasn't as successful as they thought it would be in comparison to something like GTA Online, so they ended up just canning it instead and giving you small updates every now and again. The game though is superb, and isn't trying to take your money out of your bank account every single minute like many other games out there. What I would consider a greedy game though is Modern Warfare 2. This game was released at £70. Now obviously they don't walk away with all of that money, and they need to find a way of getting the maintenance costs in there for the servers. However, for this game to be made in the first place, it cost them $250 million, and they made, within the first 3 days of launch, 800 million. So they made back way more than they spent on this game anyway, and they were already aware of this as it's the new Call of Duty. They very rarely end up having any issues. So instead of, taking on that little bit of price that they would normally have done anyway, they decided to make every single average player and average consumer pay the extra £10 for release of this title. You might be able to tell that I do have a slight issue with games being £70, but what I think is a bigger issue on top of this, and why I'm calling it greedy, is the battle passes and microtransactions that get rammed in your face at any moment they can find to try and make you buy this thing. They end up trying to make you pay even more than you've already paid with half a shift's worth of work, which has come to the conclusion of every single player out there that Activision are blatantly greedy and don't really care about much else, and it's accumulated a load of practices that are trying to rinse people dry of every single last bit of money. Examples of greedy games, in my opinion, are the likes of just generally the more recent Call of Duties, Halo Infinite, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and Overwatch 2. You might see all of those examples are from the realm of AAA developers, and that is because these issues are way more prominent within this realm and have way more limelight on them. However, also simply put, most indie titles pretty much cannot get away with charging £70 for their game. It's as simple as that. Those sorts of titles can't get away with it because they don't have the mass marketing to do so in the first place. Let me expand on all of these for you. Call of Duty is already one that I've kind of gone over just then, so I'm going to just skip straight to Halo Infinite, which is one of the biggest letdowns in the history of games, and definitely the biggest letdown in the FPS genre. This game launched with a free-to-play multiplayer, but the campaign was released at the price of £60, with the promise that there'd be new story content, new multiplayer maps regularly, with new weapons being added and new modes to the game. Oh yeah, and also the Forge that wasn't released until 11 months after launch when they said it would be there with the game. So by the time that even that was added, they ended up losing 99% of their player base due to just the stale content flow into it, which I'll dive a little bit deeper into when I talk about the unfinished section of games. But for now, the reason why I say this is greed is that they not only charged people £60 for a product that never really got fulfilled on, but on top of that, they also decided to try and make people pay out more money for microtransactions and battle passes. So not only did they shill to you buying a game that wasn't fully fulfilled on the extra content, or even having the game in the first place that was where it should be, they chose to, on top of that, strip back Halo's customization options to try and make a quick buck. They made it so that you could hardly change anything about your character's appearance to make them look cool, that you ended up having to pay them $10 to have a helmet that makes you look like you just changed your war paint on Skyrim. So they chose to do this for the sake of making money in the new economy of gaming, with rampant unethical ways to try and get you to buy new things with zero value that even look mediocre. Going from the same franchise that only a decade ago was only charging you the price of a game to play Halo Reach that had amazing customization options, to now charging you $10 that you could get some shiny new boots that back when you were playing Halo Reach you would have just got perfectly for free. Which has left a game that at one point had 250,000 players on Steam to now getting only 4,000 players a day. Next up on my chopping block is a game that I've spoken about many times before, and I'll give you a little bit more information about it now, which is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Now this game is the worst of the worst when it comes to what Ubisoft have done to the single-player gaming market. For starters, before the game was even launched, it was marketed completely wrong. From a return to stealth, trying to win back the old fans of the franchise, then in fact, they weren't able to accomplish. Technically, they did bring in some stealth aspects and also some more Assassin's Creed moments. It was definitely more of that way than, let's say, the likes of Odyssey. However, this game's closest moments to genuinely being an Assassin's Creed title was when you were just running around the training moments
Your inventory
when you're
is
getting
full.
the hidden blade in the first place. Past that, being an assassin and even being stealthy in this game is practically useless and non-existent. However, on top of this, before launch they said that they weren't going to have XP boosters within this game, or material boosters, which they had within the likes of Odyssey and Origins. However, they waited just 1 month for all the good pats on the back for not adding them in, to then just go in and just shove them all in there anyway. Now on top of this, you also had microtransactions in a single player game to
Your
make your
inventory is
character
full.
that no one else is going to see outside of you, and maybe someone you're going to show the game to, look better. Like, in my opinion, there's just no point. Then they also added DLC to this game, which I'm not anti-DLC, it's more the fact that if you bought all of these things separately, you would have been charged £80 for content that doesn't even come close to matching the bloated fest of a game that is the original title that was sold to you for £60. Now, to their credit, you did have a season pass option, which would have meant instead of £80,
Your inventory
you would
is
have only
full.
spent £68, you know, for all 3 DLCs. Great savings. So they had a game that wasn't fully what they were selling, microtransactions for making your horse look like a unicorn, or having your character look slightly better, XP boosters when they said they weren't going to add them into the game in the first place, and DLC totaling almost £70, which proves to be even less than half of what you're getting if you were going full completionist mode on all of the content. And then the final cherry on top is that it's just a bad game in comparison to what it wanted to be, which was The Witcher 3. Like, if anyone who tries to dispute that point, just go watch Ubisoft's entire point around the success of The Witcher and why they cared about this game and why they went down the RPG route. Like, it is the most blaringly obvious thing that they wanted this game to be The Witcher 3. They just weren't able to pull it off. Then the last one on this list is Overwatch 2, which summarizes as followed. They launched a second game that was literally just so that they could push their players into a new marketplace, with a battle pass that was mediocre with the skins that you were getting, with characters that were hidden then behind paywalls of seasons, but the main issue that a lot of people had with this
Your
was the
inventory is
almost
full.
impossible ability for players to even get skins normally. With people calculating that overall you would have to play this game for 300 years worth of time to even get every single skin in the game, which is literally absurd. So instead, pay the money for it and accept being screwed by Blizzard. With all of these titles that I've just mentioned, on top of that, many others out there, has just created a massive distrust that the average player and consumer has with a lot of these big companies. And it ends up making you come to the conclusion that pretty much none of these companies really care about the mind of the player more than they just care about the fact that the game is slightly profitable and makes kids beg their parents for credit cards. They are a business and they're going to put money first, and that's obvious. But if they were to actually go out of their way to make a good game, then it would be fine. So instead of making a good game, they choose to make mediocre games at best.
There's my frames. I had a hung client and it was causing loss of frames.
Especially all the way through to the casuals who just find that one thing that looks cool, or like I said, kids who are jumping on these games and end up begging their parents for the new skins. This has led to the likes of Ubisoft now having to try and reclaim back their core fan base with a game like Assassin's Creed Mirage. A game that is being sold on being a return to form, but is built completely within the realms of the Assassin's Creed Valhalla engine and originally was meant to be a DLC for the same game. They've clearly seen something that's made them want to prioritize keeping their fans and keeping the original formula of the games with the linear storytelling. On top of that, the surprise undercutting of the market coming in at £50 instead of 70, and that you can even get for cheaper on something like CD keys at £30. Now the reason that it's gotten to this point where many companies are going down the extremely greedy route is down to two main reasons. One is that the main focus for many of these games coming out is purely from a financial perspective. Yes, these games are being made from big companies, so they're going to be caring about it, but they shouldn't be putting all of their effort into trying to figure out new ways of ripping away money from you as the primary intender for why the game is coming out. The reason the game should be making money in the first place is because it is a genuinely good game first. Then guess what? People are going to buy whatever else you give them because you've given them a good product as well. However, one of the biggest issues within many of these companies is they're run by people who are just a bit too old, and they only know what games are cool because of their grandkids and what they're playing. They don't end up respecting that games are an actual art form and should be cultivated properly, and the other is that they're normally run by people with corrupted moral compasses, like the Guillemot family when it comes to Ubisoft having to put their whole family tree into the company, which means that they have complete control and nobody can make it run any differently. Over the last couple of years, we've seen a few examples of games being unfinished, and even a game that I love like Skyrim being one of the games that people rip into for being unfinished, which is completely fair. But the reason why this is becoming such an issue now is that it's a more prominent thing, and as well, people are just not getting what they're paying for. And maybe even sometimes you're not paying up front for something, but a company makes money for you just being and playing the game because it entices you to spend more money later on. Now, a big example of this is Halo Infinite, for the issue of live service roadmaps for a game that's content on the roadmap was simply what was promised at launch. But then the other one that is the most prominent and well-known issue was Cyberpunk. What unfinished games cause is a massive lack in trust moving forward, mainly around the idea of competency. However, I would say the reason this is such an issue now is in fact that it makes fans feel as if they can't buy into any form of hype anymore. Hype really helps build a game's release and can even make a game even better than it was for many players out there, as there's a lot of excitement for a new game. But due to recent examples of games just being released a little bit too early out of the oven, poor PC ports, unplayable games in general, and with games like Assassin's Creed Unity's launch absolutely terrifying children, we've got to the point where the average player doesn't want to even get hyped for anything anymore, as we've been burned way too many times. This is what I would call the gamer's version of trust issues within a relationship. We paint absolutely everything with the same brush because we're too scared of being hurt once again, with the likes of something like Cyberpunk completely destroying most people's faith in the idea of even being hyped for a game's launch at all. The most prominent examples that I mentioned a second ago is Cyberpunk and Halo Infinite. As I've already discussed Halo Infinite a bit earlier on, I'm going to discuss Cyberpunk first. The game that was meant to be the second coming of Jesus, some might have said. We all know what happened with this game, but I think what we need to talk about when it comes to this game overall is twofold. One is the terrible decision to push this game out earlier, and the second one was oversharing as a company and giving fans way too much of a desire for what was going to be in the game and fundamentally wasn't on launch, and even some bits of it aren't now. Obviously they went on to fix some of these issues, but that doesn't justify a poor release. Similar to how, for me, no matter how many times I get told No Man's Sky is a great game now, it will always have a bad taste in my mouth for its release that you could argue was bordering, if not was a scam on launch. However, with Cyberpunk, obviously they have actually got a lot of things right now and they've fixed many of the issues. Then you have the other side of the spectrum where Halo Infinite has now been out for 2 years and still doesn't have everything that was promised. You can go check out videos from the likes of the Actman, who's done a great job at just giving an overall timeline of all of the events around this, but I think the best thing to do for this discussion is talk about roadmaps, which by itself isn't inherently bad. I would love a game to come out that is fully functioning well, with a roadmap for loads of extra content. That would be great. For example, a game like Valhalla with all of its DLCs, if the DLCs were cheaper and the game was overall a better game, I probably wouldn't have as much contempt for it as I do. I genuinely think their roadmap, if the game was all and not a bloated mess, would have worked out way better for them when it comes to the eyes of what the average player views Ubisoft titles now. But the biggest issue with many roadmaps out there is they are nothing more than just let's fix the game or let's fulfill on the promises that we said the game would be on launch. It seems to be nothing more than just trying to fix mistakes instead of actually giving you extra content. So why are games now being released like this? Well, the most obvious answer is that they're just being pushed out too early, but what would I actually say is the most pivotal part as to this reason? I think it is down to a few different things. The 3 key things that I think make a game like Cyberpunk happen are the following, as they all end up building this concoction that are just dooming your game to fail, even if it releases in a good way. The first of which I would say is that most companies are just looking after their shareholders first and foremost, which makes sense. They are a business, so it's not something that I'm absolutely going to condemn them for, but it is overall something that is affecting the industry. But I would say the other issue, which kind of is a part of just companies in general, is that they're just a bit too big, and they either lie outright or they're just overly ambitious or overpromise in general. That's typically what it is, especially if they're a smaller company. So let's say they are like a studio of like 50 to less than that, and they release a game that's just nowhere near what it was. They were typically either overly ambitious, overpromised, or just fundamentally lied anyway. So overall, it does make sense for why they want to hit deadlines and be safe with the games they're releasing. So again, it's not something that I'm absolutely anti, but I do wish that some of them had the guts to, you know, try and actually make something new and interesting. The other, in my opinion, is just overpromising to the fan base with the likes of 343 with Halo and CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk. But the last one is down to, in my opinion, the heads of studios promising their publishers that a game will be complete, so in turn they end up overworking their dev teams into cutting corners in development. I see a lot of people try and blame just the publishers for all of these issues, but I think a game like Destiny 2 is a good example of why this isn't always the case. For ages under Activision, many people were trying to blame them for why Bungie was being greedier with their tactics by pushing microtransactions down your throat at any given opportunity and hiking up the prices of DLC. Then after that, they broke their contract, and it turns out nothing changed, and if anything, the microtransactions became even more prominent, which is an issue that I do find that I think a lot of people don't also take into account how much it does cost to run a game. Like, I am anti, like, generally, like, the likes of Call of Duty, for example, ramming in as many microtransactions and everything to make as much money all the time, and trying to like do different tactics like mobile games will to try and entice you to buy in. I do think those are big issues, but for the likes of something like Destiny, when they are now just a studio making their game, yeah, they're now owned by PlayStation, but back when they weren't, they needed to stay afloat. And this is the reason why some of these companies do just rely on microtransactions to try and do so. However, what I do think is actually the core issue within the reason why pretty much everything like this happens is just down to communication. Anyone who's worked within sales or has played a game of Counter-Strike will understand what I mean by this, which is if you do not communicate with your team properly, you will most likely, 99% of the time, fail. Companies have a massive communication issue, from dev teams being asked to make things within a time frame that simply can't be done, and others believing way more in their abilities than what they're actually capable of, which all trickles down to the consumer and the communication given out to us to inform us on whether or not a game is right for us, even if we want to buy it in the first place. However, one big thing that I think often gets overlooked when it comes to games, and you'll hear this statement all the time, which is back in my day, when games were released, they were always finished and they were always complete and they never needed an update. Which is, you know, definitely a true statement. Most games that back then were able to do that, and that's because, you know, releases weren't able to just be updated as easily. However, this also is down to the sheer scope of the difference of a new average game than what you used to get back then. The average AAA game needs to be great. That is pretty much how the standard has been set now, and that's what a lot of people perceive as it needing to be. But when you have games like Metal Gear Sons of Liberty releasing for the first time back in, I forgot when, it's like the early 2000s, it revolutionized the stealth genre overall, and from a pure comparison standpoint of technicals, you simply cannot compare Sons of Liberty to even something like GTA 4 to GTA 5's development to something like GTA 6's development and what that looks like inside of Rockstar, or what The Last of Us 2 was like, or even what Red Dead was looking like. None of them are actually comparable, so I find the point of, well, back in the early 2000s every game was released finished because they had no other option than to release the game finished. That is fine up until you get to the bottleneck of why a lot of games get released and they aren't completely done, they are buggy messes, is because the sheer scope of a game, it is very hard to get close to perfection. And a lot of people would rather have a game out that's like 98% done than 100% done because they're constantly looking and nitpicking at every small detail to make it perfect. All round, the reason why I think unfinished titles are plaguing modern day games is because we're losing faith in the studios. This has brought us to a point where we no longer trust even the gameplay trailers. People buy on release, that's definitely still a thing. However, there is definitely a massive thing around the idea of people not getting hyped for games and how we should be massively skeptical of everything, and all of this has only come because of unfinished products, and on top of that, the issue of just malicious marketing, and I would say overly just extreme criticism, which is the next topic. But I find that a lot of this comes down to the fact that We just simply have been burnt so many times that we now no longer want to be hyped for something, which is a massive issue within games, and people don't want to admit this. Because, for example, a lot of people, when they think about going to a concert, they will have fond memories of it, but a lot of people will say they were more hyped for the concert than they were actually excited for the experience of going, because normally the thrill of an expectation is the driving factor to why people want to go do something and love doing something. So when you aren't hyped for a game and you get it, yeah, it's a delightful surprise. But when you are hyped for a game and it's as good as you are hoping it to be, that's just another level of just enjoyment all round. In comparison to, you know, obviously the other end of that, which is you get overhyped for a game and then it's absolute trash, then, you know, that is the issue. So overall, anticipation is a big thing. And this is all basically an issue because of unfinished products. That's as best as it can go down to. And the greed of many of these companies. And this all breaks down and slowly destroys what is the hype train for any release.
Engaged.
We also need to accept to an extent that we are to blame for the state of gaming. We are the consumer and we are also the critics. But back before the world of YouTube, people might have complained about their games to their friends, or they would have found a forum to talk about and rant on. However, it wasn't to anywhere near the same scale as it is today. I'm a good example of this, and I won't hide away from the fact that this video is a sequel to my Is Gaming Dying video, which, when I released it, fundamentally at the time I believed everything I was saying in that video. Maybe now, looking back on it, there is some things that I would disagree with. However, for the most part, I ended up learning more about other people's perspectives on that video, and that was kind of the best thing that came from it. But the reason why I mention this is that this channel went from being 450 subscribers to then taking me to 8k, I believe, after that one video, and then over time I'm slowly gaining more. And this is all because, realistically, I had gone into that bit more cynical route. It was a video that was kind of off the top of my head, just scripting a video, and it didn't take me too long to do. It wasn't something that was necessarily like built to build into the algorithm, as some people
gotta buy
might think.
furniture.
It was literally just some of my thoughts on games, and all round, because of me being cynical, I could have delved even deeper into that trap of just making more just negative content all round. With the world of 2005, you were able to complain about the new game, but most people weren't online looking for this sort of content, and algorithms hadn't got to the same stage that they're at right now, knowing that outrage culture will just garner a longer time on the platform at mass than anything positive. Now, what I class as extreme criticism is people complaining for the sake of it, or not acknowledging any form of the benefits, and just being extremely cynical of something without massive reason about it. Like, for example, I've openly said many times, and I've said about it in this video, I'm anti-Assassin's Creed Valhalla. However, I give the game that it does look amazing. The first 30 hours are actually quite good. The gameplay loop is really good for that first 30 hours. Then after that, it drops off a cliff because you start then questioning when is this game going to end, and it turns out you're only halfway through. So I am aware that there is good elements to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. However, for me, the negatives vastly outweigh the positives. One of the biggest examples, though, of criticism that I've seen online that I just find really weird is how some creators out here will just talk about how they're very skeptical and they don't like how Starfield looks based off of the gameplay that we've been shown, but then are really hopeful and are really just getting more and more just interested for the new Assassin's Creed when all we've been shown is literally no gameplay trailer for one, and is like a 5-second clip that is on Reddit. That's all we've been shown, and it's in like 480p. Like, who cares? Why are people hyping up Assassin's Creed Mirage but then trying to just completely just trash Starfield at the same time? It seems more like a bias towards Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed, and just an extremely critical take on the overall opinion of Bethesda. I do heavily correlate this entire issue with YouTube, though. You could argue that with the internet becoming bigger and bigger, it was inevitable, but I think YouTube, as it is the platform where almost all of the discourse around games happens, this is the one that I'm going to stick to for this conversation. With the rise of YouTube being a platform for anyone to speak their mind about anything, we saw a massive rise in gaming, and at the same time you had Minecraft and YouTube building up at the same time hand in hand with each other. Both were a massive reason for each other's success. However, the reason that we ended up coming to this platform is relatability, which is great. However, relatability is a very slippery slope towards only finding people that you agree with. especially in the context of creators and your favorite games. Which means when you find that person who says the right thing that you agree with, or they convey a
Sorry guys, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Or they've just said it in the right tone or right way, you end up trusting them way more than just the random person that gives a take on a game that you completely disagree with, even though
gotta go pee, I'll be
giving
right
valid
back.
criticism. With games though, this has meant that not only does YouTube thrive off of negative
Itchy. Bookshelf, storage 20. They're expensive. Armoires, they're a little cheaper. Commode. That's 8,000. Royal bookshelf is 30,000. Okay, well, this wasn't really a solution, but I think those earth and flower pots are. So I'm gonna go there, and that's faster this way. I think actually it's not faster this way; it's faster that way. I will zoom out a little bit so I can see better.
But the echo chambers aspect within it that we all love and hate at the same time, because as much as we all do hate echo chambers for the fact that, you know, people end up being swayed too much and get radicalized by their opinions, also it means that we get fed the content that we kind of want to watch. But this does lead to the issue of you kind of only trust some people's opinions online, meaning that when our favorite content creator tells us that a game is bad, we end up just believing them wholeheartedly and not really having a reason to play the game after that. Slowly though, this adds up from many different creators maybe that you watch who say some things that are bad about a game's release, and this ends up just building to you just having a negative take on a game's
Incoming
release.
tell.
However, the truly bad side of this is when people are just being cynical for the sake of it, especially when they know that what they're doing is going to get them tons of views and clicks just because they're giving hot takes that are hot takes because typically they are just very wrong. I will just be honest. Like, for example, the amount of people, and I guarantee there is channels out there who have cultivated an audience saying the likes of The Witcher 3, Breath of the Wild, and Red Dead 2 are not good games, because the amount of people on my Open Worlds video who told me all three of those games aren't actually that good, I guarantee you there is channels out there who have cultivated an audience by saying they aren't good games, which just means that fundamentally They want to stand out, they want to be different and edgy. That's all it comes across as. As there will always be a small subsect of players who think that games like those are trash. However, they're just going to end up going to people who they kind of agree with. They're going to go to the people who say that The Witcher 3 is a terrible game, even though it's one of the best open world games, RPG games, overall fantasy games to ever come out. But all round,
I
they'll
got
say
a
it's bad
BSTXP
because
party.
it gets them views, it'll get them subs, and it'll gain them an audience of rabid fans. Overall, when it comes to the issue of extreme criticism, I think it comes down to just everyone delving a bit too deep into the weeds of the technicals and not caring about how a game makes you feel, which is something that I spoke on in my Is Gaming art video, and I'll discuss a little bit briefly here, which pretty much goes down the lines of talking about how, for example, you shouldn't care about every single small technical aspect of why you should or shouldn't enjoy a game. So for example, a lot of people will complain about their FPS not being 60, the graphics not being up to scratch to what you expected, the gameplay loop being a little bit
Incoming
weak,
party
or the game
invite.
having a couple bugs here and there, and overall they just kind of don't think about how a game might make you feel. They'll only go with, well, the game launched at 30 FPS even though all these other things are quite good, but it's 30 FPS so I don't like it. It's just a bad take to have. You're better off playing a game, seeing if you enjoy it. Yes, the FPS might bug you if it's frame drops like when the new Star Wars game released, and there was actually frame drop issues that made me have to just cheese my methods around certain parts of the game because it was that bad. Overall, there is a lot of games out there. Take the new Zelda game. That game has come out. A lot of people are complaining that it's not 60 FPS, but oh wait, a load of people love it. It's just the fact that we need to care more about how a game makes you feel than just the technical aspects of, oh well, the game is not 60 FPS, the graphics are not 4K, and I can't run my PC that's $5,000 that no one actually owns on average, because literally the average player doesn't have enough money to spend that amount of money on the thing. Like, to me, it just seems like being overly critical of something when it doesn't really affect most players. The conclusion of that video was that we've just become more cynical as we grew older, and with that point, it mainly focused around when we were younger, we had more of an imagination that was able to fill the gaps of pretty much everything that meant that we weren't being immersed. So if a game dropped in FPS, we didn't really notice because we didn't care about what FPS was. If the game's graphics weren't great, I guarantee you in your head, you remember those gameplay graphics being so much better than what they actually are, because our little brains were able to fire off a load of cool ideas, create gaps in our memory, and just solve a lot of the issues. And even then, just solve the issues of when we were playing games, because fundamentally, we didn't care about it. Once we became older, we started to care way more about the smaller details. Which, yes, if there is FPS issues, for example, take the new Star Wars game like I mentioned, yeah, that should be called out. However, if a title launches at 30 FPS, or has the option of 60 but it doesn't run smoothly, but you can run it in 30 and it runs fine, I don't see why that should discourage you from wanting to play the game and actually enjoying the game. And one thing that I heard many times in the video that I made was that people would say many kids are still loving games, therefore my take is incorrect. And I kind of half agree with it. I think there is a place to be critical of games, as long as you are being constructive with that. So, for example, a creator that I think does a good job of this is Luke Stevens. He talks about this many times, and he's very critical of many different games. However, he always offers and provides alternatives to how they should have been done in the first place within many of his critiques. There is a difference between giving constructive criticism and being overly cynical about something, or even just being extremely cynical about everything just because it can get you views. Change is something that is really hard to deal with within entertainment and really generally within life. Because the issue is that change can either go in one of two directions, which is either good or bad. Which within this entertainment industry, there is a lack of it in general. We rarely see genuine change, and the best example of change, I think, is the Assassin's Creed franchise. Don't worry, I'm not going to completely slate everything, as if I take you back to 2015 when Assassin's Creed Syndicate came out and Ubisoft and everyone at large within the community realised change needed to happen. The formula had become stale. And a couple years after that, the release of Assassin's Creed Origins came out. The game at the time was loved by almost every single member of the fanbase, and you would rarely see anything negative about it on YouTube, and generally anywhere. It's only within the last 2 years that I've seen a lot of people start to say that the game is either complete trash because they think it's bad, or it's because it was the first RPG Assassin's Creed game that led to Odyssey and Valhalla. I'll go into depth in a video soon about why I think the latter is an awful way of thinking about everything about that game, and that is going to be reserved for my video that is going to be in the works very soon, so don't worry. I've seen a couple comments of people asking me about it. My In Defense of Assassin's Creed Origins video will come out probably in like the next month or so. At the time of Origins release, almost every single creator that you could see was agreeing that it was a great taste of fresh air that we needed. But once the years went by, we ended up getting the likes of Odyssey that went fully off the cliff for the avid Assassin's Creed fan out there, and they tried to climb back up with the likes of Valhalla. However, it fell flat on its face, as it was nothing more than just awful and spitting in the face of your general Assassin's Creed fan. Which means the game that started all of this now gets viewed as the bad guy in this situation, when in reality it was that Ubisoft chose to chase the money of The Witcher 3's success. Now the issue around this change is that you ended up alienating a load of the fans, and this completely blows away any idea of many companies out there wanting to even scratch the idea of just changing their game's formula, because why would they risk losing their fans, who are fundamentally going to be the ones who keep buying their games in the long run, which has led to a lot of games over the last decade either being sequels to the same sort of game or just remakes. With the likes of the entire Assassin's Creed franchise up until Origins, and then doubling down after that again. Games like Dead Space, Last of Us 1, Link's Awakening, and Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were all games that brought these original games to the forefront once again, but fundamentally they were built off of ideas that came way before, because they knew that it would make them good money. Which isn't always a bad thing, I'm not going to say that it is. And the endless sequels that we end up getting, we end up having some hits such as Assassin's Creed 2, RDR2, Arkham City, and then I've even heard good things when it comes to Tears of the Kingdom.
Arkham City
as
was
well.
okay. I wouldn't
And then
say
you've
it
got
as good
some
as
misses
as
out
good
there,
as the
such
first
as
one,
Sim
though.
City, Halo 5, to some Fallout 4, and then Crackdown 3.
I love Fallout
sure,
4.
you could just say this is just the world of game
Crackdown
development
2,
now, but
not
why
3.
is it so rare that we see anything new? Gaming is meant to be one of the best forms of media to tell a vast array of stories that makes it so unique for the player experience, but we end up just getting a load of the same game. The reason that it's got to this point though is down to two primary things. One is corporatization and globalization of gaming, and the other is the average customer. The first reason I mentioned earlier, which is the average game studio has a lot of bills to pay, from the people cleaning the dev team offices all the way up to the CEOs of the company. But most importantly, for a lot of these companies out there, they have their shareholders to pay, as these are fundamentally the people that have a lot of money in the company and are taking a massive risk with these companies. They could end up losing a ton of their money, so companies don't want to risk losing other people their money by changing the formula because, you know, some people out there want it to change. Look at Assassin's Creed, this is a good example. Sure, you're getting Mirage, which if you take Ubisoft at their word is going back to the root of the franchise, but outside of that, the next 4 games are all going to be open world RPG games. They've pretty much confirmed, I think that the 2 of them or 3 of them are, and then the next one probably will be as well. So all in all, yeah, they're only really doing it just to kind of appease people in my opinion, and then they're just going back to the same thing. I'm fine if they do that and they want to release an Assassin's Creed like linear story game every like few years, that's fine with me. But overall, I don't think anyone should look at it as any different than that. The reason for this though is that they know they can financially sustain losing the core fan base. For the money that they were able to bring in with the likes of Assassin's Creed Valhalla made them over $1 billion. So why exactly would they care tons about satisfying the original fan base? The other issue, like I mentioned, is the average consumer, which isn't us, sadly. Now I know that there are a lot of people online and we kind of like to think that we are like the average person's thoughts and the average person opinion, but fundamentally we just aren't. We are way more in the weeds of this than most people are. If you're sat here watching a video essay this far into it, you're probably not the average player. The average player is chilling, playing Call of Duty one evening, jumping on a new single player game that's just come out every now and again, but typically playing the online shooter types, like these sorts of things. Most average players are not like us who want to care about all of the little weeds in everything. The average player doesn't care about if the new Call of Duty game sucks that much, or if Odyssey strays away from the lore of Assassin's Creed, because for the most part, they don't even care about the overall stories being told, so why does it matter? However, on the other end of this, you have people reaping the rewards from the likes of From Software, who actually decided to go all out on the core fan base and the Souls fans, giving them an actual open world experience with Elden Ring. Yes, they might have dumbed down many parts of the game for the casual player to play, however all round this game is built to be the Souls fans' amazing open world, and you can't really knock this company for the fact that they decided to go with, you know what, we're doubling down on what we know and what we know our customers love, and instead of doing what, you know, Assassin's Creed did, where they chased the money with From Software, they kind of created something and they cultivated slowly a bigger and bigger audience. They found their money effectively. They found their audience and started cultivating it more. Whereas with the likes of Ubisoft, they kind of chase audiences instead. I think we do need new games coming out, but sadly, I think this is only going to be coming within the form of the indie genre, as they're really the only ones who can take the massive risk, as they don't have massive overhead to be paying out. They don't have to take the risky bets of if their game doesn't work out. Whereas a company like Rockstar can't spend 5 years developing a game that might not even work out, and then end up piling loads and loads of money into it because it could flop, as this is just not a good idea. The time and the revenue splits by the end just wouldn't work out in anyone's favour. So overall, they're not going to change anything. Most big studios aren't going to change anything, so if we want to lean into what is going to be general change, then the indie community is what is going to have to be looked at, or we have to lower our expectations going into new games. I do think we're in a good time though for gaming. We might have these issues and more depending on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go down, but they don't destroy everything we have coming out, and especially what has also been released in recent memory. In the last video I did talk quite positively about 8 games in particular, which was RDR2, Spider-Man, God of War, Elden Ring, Jedi Fallen Order, Last of Us Part 2, Ghost of Tsushima, and It Takes Two. But I want to give some credit to a few newer games that have come out, and the ones that I've heard some good things for, but also adding on top of that, the ones that I'm more hopeful for moving forward. The first on this list of more recent games to come out has to be Jedi Survivor. I've obviously heard tons around the controversies around this game, and I've personally experienced firsthand many of the FPS issues, but outside of this, I don't think the game is bad in any way. It's really good, really great fun, and if you love Star Wars, you're probably going to love the game. Fundamentally, it does what everyone loved about the first game and then added extra improvements, but didn't go out of its way to be outlandishly different. All round, this game is what it should be, an improvement on its predecessor, and this is how sequels always should be, an improvement on the original. Tears of the Kingdom recently also came out, and I've heard plenty of positive things. I first need to play Breath of the Wild before I even consider it. Going from a game though that before launch people were complaining like constantly about the fact that it wasn't going to be 60 FPS, and the recent opinions on Breath of the Wild that I've heard when it comes to it not being that good. However, from what I've seen, a lot of people are generally really happy with the game and think that it's very good, and I can't wait to see what it's like for myself eventually. Another one as well that I did get a lot of people recommending to me that I've played a little bit. I've played 5 hours of Kingdom Come Deliverance back in 2019, however I then went away on holiday and then it kind of just went into my backlog of playing and I just never bothered with it. I do want to go replay it and I will do at some point, however I've got a lot of other things that I'm working on and other videos that I want to work on for this channel, so right now it's definitely on the back burner for probably like next year. But yeah, I've heard plenty of good things. I've played the game for a little bit, obviously not tons, and from that little experience I knew that it was a good game. 100% I would recommend it. It's just definitely scratching the itch of a good open world game. It looks good as well when you consider that it came from a studio that I don't believe was wildly well known. Hogwarts Legacy is also another game that came out this year and has done amazingly well, even with the controversies surrounding the game. If you're a Harry Potter fan, you're going to probably enjoy this. You ended up seeing Harry Potter fans for the first time in ages get a genuine chance to enjoy a game purely made for them, which really hasn't happened in a long time. Obviously, you've got some that are based off of the films and books, but all round, they weren't exactly
being
like
talked
this,
about.
where they are a full open world experience where you just kind of get to freely explore however you would like. You also have God of War Ragnarok, which was received really well, selling amazingly well, and I believe being one of the best selling Sony games, I believe, off launch. I believe so anyway. But again, like Jedi Survivor, this game is what a sequel should be. It was literally what the first game was, expanded on it, and did a good job of just kind of keeping the audience there for the ride. Then you have Animal Crossing New Horizons, which I was surprised that I didn't mention in the first video, as that along with Warzone were like the only 2 things I was playing and doing during lockdown, or at least the first one in the UK. I ended up sinking tons of time into it, and in my opinion it's the pinnacle of Animal Crossing for me, and I can't wait to see when they release their next game, as to be honest, I kind of want to play an Animal Crossing game again, and I've already played that one through and I can't be asked really really to actually sink tons of time into it until there's a new one out. We also have some games that are in the works right now and should hopefully be coming out in 2023, with the likes of Spider-Man 2, Starfield, and Assassin's Creed Mirage. All of them are games that I'm really looking forward to, Spider-Man 2 being one of the ones that, honestly, I really want to just jump back into that world, and I've been hyped to get into that game again. I played the first one again for the channel about a year and a half ago, and I probably will replay it at some point soon. Just one, I could make a video out of it, but secondly, I just want to replay it so that when the second game comes out, I can just be freshly available just to jump straight into it. Starfield is one that I'm also super excited to see what they end up doing, as this is the first time that Bethesda is actually giving us a proper game within the realms of their development space since Fallout 4. Yes, people will say, oh well, 76, but there's a difference between 76 and what they normally do. All round as well, this game is a new IP, so it'll be very interesting to see what they do when it comes to a new thing all round. But for me, fundamentally, why I'm actually interested in this game is just to see what we might be looking at when it comes to the quality of a game when it gets to Elder Scrolls 6. And then lastly, we've got Assassin's Creed Mirage, which I am on the fence of, and obviously I said during this video a few things around like how we shouldn't be hyped for it based off 5 minutes of leaked footage. All round, I am still interested. I am hoping it is what they're saying it is. I just can't take Ubisoft, to be honest, at their word after their last few games. But all round, I'm not nihilistic towards this game. I do think that we will hopefully get what is promised, and yeah, we'll just see what it ends up being. I will get it on launch, and I'll hopefully enjoy it as well. I'm really excited about the future of gaming, especially with the likes of the Unreal Engine 5 being released, and how much that's going to allow like indie creators to make great looking games, and at the same time make games that are within what they want to be creating. It opens it up so much more for competition that's going to make a lot of these bigger companies actually have to think about making higher quality games. I do have high hopes moving forward, but mainly because of one thing, which is what I've already kind of spoken about in previous videos, but is more importantly around the fact that companies such as Activision, Bethesda, Ubisoft, EA, and Rockstar have heard a lot of criticism levied against them or against other companies, and they're kind of on thin ice within the online community, which has kind of led the likes of EA going from an anti-single player games company to now having published 2 games recently that have done really well, with Rockstar knowing that there's a ton of pressure on them to release GTA 6 and make it good, Ubisoft trying to rekindle some essence of their original fan base that they've lost over the last few years, and Activision seeing sales decrease over on PlayStation for the new Call of Duty are all signs that companies are going to have to start entering the real world and what people actually think of it.
25
instead
minutes
of kind
went
of what
so
the last decade
fast.
has been, where consumers kind of pay for whatever's in front of them instead of thinking before paying. I am very hopeful moving forward for gaming, and all round I am hopeful for just the future of the next few games that we get in the next few years. This year's already been quite good, so yeah, I can't really complain so far this year. Yeah, I think Forspoken is like a big L so far. Then it comes to like a big release that was talked about. But all around, Hogwarts Legacy came out, that's been a big hit. Star Wars Jedi Survivor came out, big hit. And then you've got the
I
new
didn't like
Zelda game,
any of
again,
these
a
games. What are you
massive hit
talking
and it's done
about? They
really
were
well.
worthless,
So,
all of
again,
them, except
it's
for
looking good.
Harry
It's
Potter.
looking good moving forward, so I can't complain. That is it for the entire video. Hopefully you guys did enjoy this video. I wanted to leave it off with a bit more of a positive note. Last time I did spend 15 minutes, even though a lot of people try to say like the entire video of a 30-minute video was like purely negative. I did spend 15 minutes like being fairly positive in my opinion anyway. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed, and if you did, make sure to leave a like, do subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Like I said, I do have a Patreon where you can see early access to videos like this, channel, and active Q&As, that sort of thing. So yeah, if you want to check that out, it'll be down below, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.
AI. Artificial intelligence.
AI is everywhere. It's a buzzword for almost any article and YouTube video, including this one. However, AI could have a massive negative side effect towards the future of game development, and it's a can of worms that we've already opened. Recently, the Screenwriters Guild in the US voted heavily in favour for striking against companies for the use of AI moving forward in game development, the lack of pay keeping up with inflation, and general safety procedures. Today though, we're going to be sitting down and focusing on one of those areas. AI and how its role in games has already been getting played out, but more importantly, how it could affect games moving forward. This won't be a teardown on the use of AI, as like I said, it's been getting used for decades. I'll discuss some of the positives from the likes of quality assurance testing through to the negatives such as the removal of human creativity that could lead to every single game coming out the same, or using the same information to come to the same conclusion to build the next set of games. So let's sit down, grab a cup of tea, and let's talk about how AI could ruin the future of games.
We've been playing together for a while now. I was wondering, are we friends?
No. The answer
AI
is no.
has very literally been in use since the inception of video games, due to the very nature of game development requiring AI to be used in some way. If it's an algorithm to understand complex scenarios through to just understanding basic math questions. AI has been getting used ever since the 50s, so it's not much of a surprise to know that it's still heavily ingrained into the way that games are made to this day. However, the type of AI that is being striked against, and the general players would probably have an issue with, aren't the types that sit within those sorts of brackets. The type that people would be worried about typically fall within two types of categories. One has to do with making developers and creators redundant due to its ability to cost a lot less than paying someone a full salary for something that might only be half the value but is good enough to get the job done. The other is interlinked with the first, which is the lack of human emotion and imagination being poured into the games that we love. A recent example of heavy AI usage in a game recently was Starfield.
Oh, this'll be fun.
Whether you like the game or not, one thing that we should all agree on that the game's procedural generation is quite impressive when it comes to its absolute scale. However, it does have one major downside, and that is recycled textures, bases, and enemy layouts. If you spend 10 hours going between procedurally generated planets, you'll probably have a wave of deja vu starting to hit you a couple of times, due to some enemies maybe having the same patterns as others, all the way through to layouts of bases being identical. And this is one of the big issues with procedural generation, is that eventually it has its wall of limitations to create diverse worlds for you to encounter. AI usage and the lack of human connection to a game's world is one of the big reasons that many people feel disenfranchised by the open world market, due to its lack of care by many companies who are simply just creating an open world to hit that niche. Some open worlds are entirely handcrafted, but many nowadays have handcrafted parts, but for the most part they just mass duplicate textures, hills, and enemy encounters. This isn't always a bad thing, however the further games move into the territory of utilizing AI, the closer we'll get to having games that are almost entirely the same, with the same textures, the same basic storylines, and the lack of human emotion backing those stories. One franchise that heavily utilizes AI and improves upon it on each installment is Grand Theft Auto. Something that many of us want to see have many improvements within GTA 6. However, GTA 5 has improved on one big area, which is its open world and the way that NPCs and pedestrians interact. At the beginning of the series, we saw NPCs as nothing more than fluff. They didn't even have a form of life within the game world. However, by the time GTA 5 rolls around, we've got so much more quantity in terms of what they do, the routes they take, them going off to actually go and do things out and about. They'll go park somewhere, they'll go do things. They actually have things that make them unique. One thing that I found pretty amusing when I was going through my research for this video was how prostitutes functioned between releases.
This is where the fun begins.
With them being added into the game world within GTA 3, however, the NPCs could do nothing with them. Within 4, they could be picked up by the NPCs but would aimlessly drive around. However, once GTA 5 came out, the services of these prostitutes could actually be used by the NPCs to get the full range of experiences. That's just one way that we saw gradual changes to the AI, let alone the AI responding the way they do with things like the police encounters and being shot at and so on within GTA 5. All of this is only possible due to AI and its ability to be improved over time to create a closer to real life experience. Games with realistic physics engines are only made possible with the likes of AI. Characters having full sets of animations that play out due to certain events is only possible due to AI. However, the last two areas that I wanted to talk about before we dive deep into the future of AI within game development is the way that it's used towards collecting player data and protecting players against unfair advantages within the likes of anti-cheat software. User data is a very basic thing that most of us kind of forget completely about when we're signing into a game. We don't get overly concerned overall with the idea of being tracked throughout the game's experience, but by this point you basically have to accept it if you want to play the game. However, within the world of games, it allows companies and developers to take a lot of their user information into account when building their next game. On a surface level, for any consumer to be able to see would be through the likes of achievements and the completion rate of them. If there was a massive focus on a specific part of the player experience in development that wasn't taken full advantage of by the player base, then why would the company spend even more time trying to innovate on that small thing that a tiny percentage of players actually took advantage of? But another way that it's used is to streamline the experience for the average player and to make the average person have more of an enjoyable time. Which is why we've seen the trend towards things like the length of a game happening over the last decade. We've seen the rise of open world games and battle royales, and this is due to the user data being collected through the years through the likes of achievements and other ways that AI is integrated into the game worlds that enable companies to get this data that lead to the results of cookie cutter games that all feel the same, but the average player doesn't dislike them because overall it doesn't destroy the reason why they're coming back to these games. And overall, it's kind of why a lot of people, for example online, like me, complain about the likes of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but they'll keep churning out these games because most people don't mind sitting there with a game that's completely bloated just because it's a long game time and it feels like it justifies the price. Then we have anti-cheat software, which depending on the software definitely has some suspicious activities going on. In its overutilization of your PC and the levels of PC security that it has to embed itself within, but on a surface level it's not a bad thing. Bringing in anti-cheat software to allow players to not have to deal with cheaters all the time because it's able to pretty much get 99% of people who are using cheats is a great thing. It means when you go into matches of Valorant, Call of Duty and Rainbow Six, it is rare to walk into a room full of cheaters. Yes, it will still happen and there is still people trying to get past this, but for the most part a lot of these baseline cheats don't get through because of anti-cheat software. However, this does require anti-cheat software to be good and understand pattern recognition on the average player's cheating and how they would go about using it to be masked. Modern Warfare 2019 was an example of horrendous cheating issues due to the anti-cheat software not being taught enough at a fast enough rate on how to deal with the players who are accessing cheats, which led to the boycott of Warzone for quite a while. Those are some examples as to how AI is already in use in the world of games, with some having issues, but for the most part it is a great tool for the world of developers. But just before we continue, if you wouldn't mind dropping a like on the video and subscribing to the channel if you enjoy long form video essay content like this where we dive deep into games and topics around the gaming world, then make sure to join along. If you want to join a community of like-minded people who are just going to be discussing games and topics within these videos and helping each other out, then make sure to join the Discord that's down below, and you can join us over in the Exiled Ones Discord. And lastly, if you don't want to support the channel any further for just a coffee a month, then make sure to head over to my Patreon, linked down in the description. You'll receive early access to videos like these and have the ability for one-on-one conversations with me where you can give me your input on anything in particular and just have those conversations. But now let's jump in and discuss how AI could ruin the world of games forever. I want to focus on 5 things in particular that are the biggest worries for me personally around the future of games and the assistance of AI. In my opinion, if all 5 of these are brought entirely into fruition, then most of the games that we play will lack any form of soul, lack any proper story being told, and a lack of real emotion. It'll become like TikTok, but simply for games. It will only be based on how addictive they can make the game, and possibly even unethical ways to keep people engaged in playing the game. So the first place that I want to start talking about is over-automation within the game development due to AI. AI allows game devs to not have to deal with the same mundane starting requirements. This means that game development turnarounds wouldn't take as long. However, what it also leads to later on down the line is over-reliance on the game engine due to the automation that is baked into the software, and how much dev studios will be well acquainted with their engine.
Incoming emote.
An example of this in today's world as of right now is Bethesda and the creation engine. For how long they've been using it, it is mainly due to how well acquainted they are with it. The first real issue with automation is that it starts to strip away from a lot of what makes a game human and taking away from that human touch. There's a reason why a lot of people who work a 9 to 5 desk job in the same cubicle for the whole of their life end up feeling as if they've not lived any of it. It's because everything becoming more automated and as focused on being as productive as humanly possible strips away from the humanity behind the human. Game development is no different. If we walk down the road of heavy automation in the way that game worlds are made, it will lead to a lack of human touch, with us not wanting to explore the worlds because they will all feel the same. This leads to games that are almost indistinguishable between releases. Not just the same game franchise, but everything that you might see within the same genre. Think about how quickly Ubisoft attempted to copy The Witcher 3's formula, and the release of the RPG trilogy, with the game that tried to take the most similarities of The Witcher being Valhalla. A game that is the definition of what happens when you strip the humanity away from the game development. It led to a release that was everything it believed made The Witcher 3 popular, but lacked the humanity behind the story and the world design. This is just a taste of what happens when humans decide to make something that's successful, but they take away the wrong lessons as to why people loved those games prior. They're only looking at it through the lens of revenue and not the player experience. Another big issue within automation is that it leads to repetition, mainly within the world of procedural generation. I've personally been enjoying my time within Starfield, however I would be lying if I said to you that the planets that you explore do kind of start to lose their humanity behind them because they start to all feel the same and just a bit cold. As sure, everything is handcrafted, however, this is all handed off to the world of procedural generation, which leads to the same old, which becomes mundane at points. And it will definitely put you off wanting to explore those game worlds. At least with Skyrim, almost everything was handcrafted. You might come across some encounters, like a few caves and forts, that feel similar or the same, but it wasn't to the same scale and abundance as something like Starfield. This is something that we'll see other companies start to utilize more and more to allow the game development process to get finished quicker and hit deadlines, and allow the cost of making a game to go down. The last area that I want to touch on, which can be a double-edged sword within the world of FPS titles especially, is the over-reliance on game balancing automation. Skill-based matchmaking relies on the game's ability to gauge how you perform as a player. This can lead to us having enough of a challenge to feel the desire to improve, but not so much that we end up wanting to put down the controller. The other side of this that I've experienced plenty of times is when you have 4 to 5 really good matches, and suddenly it starts putting you in with players that absolutely demolish you for the next 4 or 5 games. It'll get to a point where you feel like just turning off your Xbox or closing the game on your PC because I just don't want to be dealing with being destroyed every 2 seconds the moment I spawn in. And the alternative is true as well, with a lot of people, especially back in the day to, fake YouTube videos, would intentionally have a load of bad games to get into worse lobbies so that they could breeze through and get things like nuke score streaks within the end of the game. The over-reliance on automation and systems of automation can lead to a negative effect for many of us as the general player. As I laid out just a moment ago, those are just a few parts of automated processes within AI development that there is plenty more to pick from if you look into it. These are just some of the issues that come from over-reliance on automation. One area that I don't think people think about in regards to AI in games is how they'll affect the actual performance of your hardware, especially on low-end hardware. One thing that I honestly respect about Todd Howard was his response to Starfield supposedly not being optimized for low-end hardware.
We really do push the technology, so you may need to upgrade your PC for this game, but it's got a lot of great stuff going on in it and the fans are responding awesome.
And then also you could have taken from it, you're poor, so get good and get your money up. That's pretty much those 2 takeaways from that message. And I do agree with him. I think the game was definitely made and worked fine for PCs. I had a good experience with it, but I have a high-end PC. That's the main counteraction. But a lot of people feel as if they should be able to play these higher quality games that have a massive use of AI with things like procedural generation going on almost all the time, but they can do it on a $600 PC. It doesn't make any sense. A massive reason why this is an issue within Starfield is that it utilizes a lot of AI in the way that the game will interact with us as the player and the way that we will explore the world. So it's pretty easy to say that low-end hardware can't easily generate planets or even zones of exploration for those planets. The reason all of this happens is because a lot of what makes an AI function will come from both your CPU and GPU, which means your hardware will be incredibly strained, not only playing the game, but also trying to deal with all those extra tasks in real time that have to do with AI. Sadly, if you do not have good enough hardware, you will see these issues coming to light even more, and since some of the AI algorithms built into games will use multiple cores and threads, means that it can end up having bottlenecking issues. Due to the complexity of many AI models, this can lead to more issues than it might be worth. However, the more we start to move down into the realm of making NPCs more realistic, world functions, and dynamic audio more of a focus and closer to what we want, the more it will intensify the requirements of your PC having to deal with artificial intelligence algorithms. One of the biggest reasons to fight against AI being used within the game development world has to do with the emotional depth that it provides. Now, this is something that can be very much contested. Some believe that AI can write better and more emotionally deep and richer stories than many people. However, due to the nature of most AI models being far more binary, and especially in the world of game development wanting to find easy ways to cut costs, will only result in bland stories that are getting the job done, not necessarily trying to make an amazing story. As this wouldn't be massively important for many of these companies to do. Many companies nowadays, especially Assassin's Creed for example, have moved away from trying to tell the complex story of what's going on within the world of the Templar vs Assassins conflict and the stories of those characters involved to just hack and slash and hopefully you'll enjoy playing the game. As beings with emotional interests, it allows us to feel empathy, create stories where villains might have a point, or at least they have understandable motives that are more emotionally convoluted than people might want to believe. It allows us to create villains that live in the history books as some of the best. If we concede the world of storytelling and character depth to AI writing, it will react with unrealistic human dialogue, a lack of subjectivity, and a load of one-dimensional relationships. The reason that these things are so much more important to point out is that we don't want one-dimensional good versus bad stories, as they do not cut it anymore. We've had plenty of them, and they persist in many forms of media. However, humans aren't one-dimensional, and with that, the stories we know aren't either. If you view everything through the one-dimensional world of good versus bad, then you open yourself up to a load of logical inconsistencies, along with plenty of boring stories. It's why one of my biggest critiques of the Assassin's Creed franchise is that they expect players to agree that the Templars are just awful, and the only reason for this is that they desire control. They don't actually explain to you in depth the reasons why they want the things that they do and why those things might be bad for most people. They just go, they are going against any form of freedoms just because they equal bad, and they don't explain to you any proper reason. Only the third game in Rogue truly jumps into this idea of actually understanding the differences between both sides of the assassins and why one might be good and one might be bad, but it isn't simply the idea that both are amazing or one is awful. Within those games, they discuss how they are both not necessarily that great. I think the biggest issue around AI being used in games has to do with ethical concerns. Not just in developers being removed from their roles, but also how AI would be used to affect players' ability to be safeguarded from unethical business practices and unethical changes towards gameplay to make sure players stay as addicted as possible. The first place that I want to start, as it's the most noticeable, is the ethical issues around AI to replace writers, developers, and general creatives within the field of game development. And the first of those that I want to touch on is going to be voice actors. Voice actors within almost any field are becoming more and more worried around their likeness being used without their consent. We're coming closer and closer, if not already there, to a world where AI can completely recreate our own voices to a point of being so noticeable that you don't even think that it's AI talking. An example of this is something like the channel that made a load of Joe Rogan's entire back catalogue that doesn't exist.
I am not the real Joe Rogan. Let me repeat it once more. I am not Joe Rogan, and the guests are not of the people they portray. This is purely fiction, just for fun, so don't go around making little clips for your TikToks and make the world believe I said things I never said.
And they created things like an Andrew Tate and Donald Trump podcast when neither of those things have ever existed. However, because they've all spoken at such lengths on the internet, the AI is able to generate a full way of talking to each other. So it's not necessarily a surprise that we're getting to a point where voice actors are worried about their voices being used without their consent, or even being used with consent but having it changed later on when the work is being done, when it's not the work that they actually put in. So instead of them having acted out the lines, the company just adds it through with AI. The biggest one that might remove people from the jobs is the company using AI to create a baseline of games, which will remove the requirement for many devs and the reason why entry-level jobs exist. We know that AI is used within game development and is used within game engines which act as a tool to help developers, but I do believe that this can be a negative thing. We also know that the more easily these things can be automated would equal a faster development time. A massive issue that comes with AI is that a lot of jobs that come with the actual, being able to make a game and not have it just run awfully at the start comes from that human experience of building the game from the ground up. AI should be used as more of a tool to help the developer than completely eroding the requirement of them. The last area of ethics that I would like to talk about is how AI is used to impact the player. From manipulative tactics for monetization through to the addictive gameplay that would end up being nothing more than your typical gambling machine. You could use the argument that a lot of this already exists even without AI, which I do agree with you. It's why these issues are things that I highlighted within my second video about the state of modern games within the video Gaming is Dead. With the use of AI algorithms, we would see this taken to an extreme. We would see even more games that are being made to be as dopamine heavy as possible, solely for the idea of getting players to keep playing and wasting away their time on a game that is designed to try and keep them hooked in the same way a drug might do for many people or gambling machines might do for many. And what's the end result in that? Solely so that they can eventually get your money as well. You'll see them trying to get you hooked on a game simply to put you into the world of their microtransaction hellhole, overpriced DLCs, and helping hit higher player counts so that they're valued even higher by their shareholders. But my biggest issue within the world of AI being introduced within game development is the removal of human creativity. We heavily underestimate how amazing the human mind is. We only seem to value everything through the lens of the technical aspects. We only talk about games, especially online, through the lens of graphics, FPS, performance, animation, and much more. The one area that we completely remove for some reason and disconnect is the emotional connection that we have with them. I've spoken about this in quite a few videos recently, around this idea of how we need to shift away from the technical and lean towards how a game makes you feel when you're giving your overall thoughts about a game. As that's truly where the human creativity lies, the human emotion and experience from real people creating something. One of my biggest examples that I've always found massively interesting is George R.R. Martin and the whole world of A Song of Ice and Fire and the world of Westeros, that was all created from one person's mind. The mind is incredible. The factor that we're able to do that and have entire histories and worlds, laws, races, and everything in between, all compiled through just one mind, being able to create that, is ridiculous. And that is no different within the world of games. The most obvious area of removal of creativity would be the stories we're being told. AI will be designed at first to streamline the processes within the world of storytelling. So that might come in the form of either simplifying the way that stories play out, baseline assertions on what is good versus bad narratives, and stereotypes of characters, or even changes to stereotypes to forcefully go against any form of stereotype. We don't want to live in a world where every single video game is the same cookie-cutter Marvel approach of the stories being played out. It's similar to how whenever I go into almost any game out there, I'm just waiting for someone to betray us, as it's become such a standard trope within the world of storytelling and games in particular. We don't need every single game out there to play out like The Last of Us, otherwise it would take away from the stories being told and giving them a level of uniqueness. Stereotypes are also a massive issue. Not because I don't think stereotypes make sense, they're stereotypes for a reason. However, if an AI model is made to create characters in a specific way, and that's the only way that they know how to act out those characters and the ideas of these stereotypical approaches, would result in mostly every single character being well defined by their appearance and how they would act, solely through the lens of stereotyping. And again, the reverse is completely true. They may end up saying to companies how they don't want any form of stereotyping in any way to so-called empower people, which could end up disconnecting many people from having an actual connection to these characters that feel like them. And that's one massive thing that people seem to just let go of nowadays, acting as if worlds from stories from the big screen to the small screen all the way through to games, as if we're not meant to relate to these characters in any way. We don't want AI to come in and automate the process of character creation and storytelling. Otherwise it could result in overly predictable characters and stories, or the complete reverse, overly predictable characters and stories that are nothing more than mouthpieces for viewpoints on our current world.
What happened there? What the hell? Oh, you changed the sound on Meeps.
Used in a way for companies to understand what they believe would work to create the most profitable product, instead of a product that is both profitable and emotionally captivating. If AI is used by companies to market research the easiest ways to become money printers, the products that we'd end up seeing all the time will be new battle royales, new massive shooters, and the massive open world market. Yes, we've got many of those already, but we've still got plenty of games being made within other genres alongside it. It creates games that are all within the same genre, as we already have, but with the added on part of the same gameplay mechanics across all of them, with good enough storytelling that doesn't really innovate on anything in particular. The use of AI within games for me isn't the case of changing the landscape of games, but simply bringing the problems that we already have with the likes of greed and a lack of change to another level, as companies use the technology to get work done faster, to learn about what keeps people hooked for longer, and what will make you spend more of your money. I want to take a moment away from talking about how AI will affect games in the future and talk about AI within headsets, and more in particular, the sponsor of today's video, Corsair and Sound ID. I've spoken about these headsets in prior videos, but here's a quick rundown for those who don't know. I have hearing sensitivity in both of my ears, something that I was completely aware of prior, and it was making it a massive inconvenience, especially when I play many different games, which meant that I just had to turn down the general volume to play them, so I never really felt as if I was being accommodated much when I was in the gaming experience. However, ever since Sound ID sent me out the Corsair HS8...
Thank you,
Gaming is done.
Thank you, Exiled, I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you, Exiled, I'd like to sub to your channel.
In both of my ears, something that I was completely aware of.
Okay, I want you to start over.
AI. Artificial intelligence.
AI is everywhere.
Wait,
it's a buzzword for almost any article.
Oh, I'm sorry. This was the
your money.
There we go. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what was happening.
In the future, and talk about AI within headsets, and more in particular, the sponsor of today's video, Corsair and Sound ID. I've spoken about these headsets in prior videos, but here's a quick rundown for those who don't know. I have hearing sensitivity in both of my ears, something that I was completely aware of prior, and it was making it a massive inconvenience, especially when I play many different games, which meant that I just had to turn down the general volume to play them, so I never really felt as if I was being accommodated much when I was in the gaming experience. However, ever since Sound ID sent me out the Corsair HS80 Maxes, I've been able to actually play games, explore the world, and enjoy my time within them, and even jump back into games that I used to really enjoy playing, like Apex Legends, but I ended up veering away from because I couldn't stand the sound of the cracking armor. The way it works is that if you have the HS80 Max or the HS65 Surround or Wireless, all have built into them Sound ID technology. Once you got the headset,
I can't stand the sound of certain things too.
5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like a Asperger's thing. Certain sounds really fucking get to me. Like repetitive noise, like in EvE on the UI clients. And I really like you to maybe change this.
Warping to Stargate.
Both of my ears, which means the software is able to deal with those sorts of issues when they come up, such as doors creaking, armor cracking, or flashbangs going off. Now, Sound ID sent me out the HS80 Maxes a couple months ago, and I've been using them and really enjoying the experience with them. They retail at £170, so they are more on the premium end. However, recently they ended up sending me out the HS65, which is their more budget-friendly option. This one comes in at £80 retail, and honestly, outside of the weight, that is the only noticeable difference. The volume, the audio, everything about it, even the build quality feels great with these, and honestly, it ends up making you question at time to time with the premium headset and so on. I'd still say that you could tell the slight difference, specifically with higher end music. You can hear it a little bit better through the HS80 Maxes, which obviously, if you're going to be listening to music quite a bit, maybe it's something of your cup of tea. However, one thing that I do love about the HS65s over the HS80s is that they have a memory foam ear cup, which is like a leather sort of feel, and honestly I prefer it over the sort of mesh that you get with a lot of different headsets. It just keeps my ears cooler, so I kind of wish I had that option with the HS80 Maxes. And one thing that's great is, as of the time of recording this, all the way up to the 27th of November, you've got the Corsair Black Friday deal. So if you head over there, any Sound ID enabled headset, which is the HS80 Max, the HS65 Wireless, and Surround, all three of those have got Sound ID enabled technology built in, so if you are interested in picking one of these headsets up, make sure to go check out that down below. However, AI isn't all that bad. That is all a load of negatives that I believe will happen no matter what. However, it's down to the company's owners, shareholders, and the people working as devs, writers, and anything across the board, including us as the players, to not allow companies that maliciously use AI to stay afloat. As I said, these are some of the negative aspects of AI. However, I don't want this video to solely be about negativity. I do want to bring forth some positives so I can discuss how AI could massively help the gaming industry even more than it has done over the last 70 years. One of the areas that AI can help towards games moving forward is enhancing the overall experience with the likes of adaptive gameplay, physics, and the way music and sound effects interact with the player. I think the first of those is going to be the most interesting to see in the future. Many people like to say things like Souls games don't need an easy mode, which I don't think they need an easy mode. I just think that they would be, better off also including it so that the games weren't so rage-inducing for other players. Before people start saying, well, that's the way the game is designed, which is a true statement. But the question that I would ask more than anything is, how would having an adaptive gameplay AI or an easier mode for less skilled players be a bad thing? Companies can still focus on making a game that is difficult and then changing parts of it for players who want an easier difficulty. In regards to the world of Souls games, you might think that having an easy mode would take away from your experience. However, it wouldn't take away from your experience, it would simply open the doors for other people, as you can always play the game on whatever difficulty you feel like playing it on, whilst other people just don't end up wanting to play the game. And I think something like an adaptive difficulty would allow us to actually find a good middle ground for most players. There's no need for the amount of gatekeeping that happens within the Souls community. I know I've just had a random tangent about the Souls community, but overall I think something like an adaptive AI could be introduced to allow many people to get into this game without people feeling as if they're being completely screwed the entire time, or as if there is no challenge at all. Game developers, along with casinos and data provided by scientists, show that most people want to be involved in a state of play, but they don't want to be beaten all of the time. It's why two kids, if they are playing together, if one is always winning, the other will feel no reason to care about even joining in ever again. They won't ever want to participate, because what's the point of wasting their time on something that gives them no added value outside of increased stress and making them know that they're useless. It's why you always have to let the person win every now and again to give them hope for the next time. The same goes as well for games. If you're someone who wants to enjoy the gameplay style of a Souls game, but you don't really enjoy the overly difficult bosses, then there should be an option from the opening of the game that basically just says, do you want to use adaptive difficulty, or do you want to just play the game as it is out of the box? And I think that would be a better way of approaching it, as I don't want to be wasting my time doing something that's annoying me with no feeling of reward or actual value being added. Which I know you've already been typing out the comments, something along the lines of, you're just trash, stop talking about the Souls community, which is understandable, but it doesn't take away from the idea that an adaptive difficulty being introduced through AI would allow the game's experience to be challenging enough for players to feel like they're actually overcoming an obstacle, but not so hard that they feel as if they've had enough and they just want to quit. With adaptive difficulty, it would also open the doors to more replayability towards the games that we love. One of the big areas that I believe almost every single game company would love to be able to say is that the average player spends thousands of hours in their game world. But this only comes by two things. One is what I discussed within my relaxing games video, which is this idea that allows you to just chill out, watch something else like YouTube or Netflix whilst you're playing this game, as it doesn't require your full attention for you to gain the value that's being added by the game. But the other, and probably the most valuable for long-term players connecting, is replayability. The reason that many RPG games are so replayable and loved is that you can just load them up and play a different class or test out different storylines that you didn't try prior. With AI, this would just be intensified, allowing players to get into a new world that still has many of the features that keep you coming back for the familiarity, but enough that allows you to feel like you're having a fresh experience from the likes of your skills that you acquire, the way that NPCs interact with you, through to the placement of resources and loot. These things already exist within games with the likes of RNG mechanics, but overall could be improved by AI within the next 10 years, and you could see MMOs becoming even more popular due to their replayability factor. One amazing area that we've seen improvements in over the years is physics engines with the likes of racing games and pretty much any virtual world that requires them. With the likes of racing games, it allows us to feel even more immersed into the experience, as if we're driving through those harsh environments presented to us, or as if we're turning the corners like it would actually feel like in real life. It's even got to a point now where you've got some content creators who started with racing games and simulators and now actually do racing in real life.
In today's video we're going to be reflecting on my first year as a racing driver, I suppose.
So the further that we see physics engines improve due to the advancements of AI, the more that we'll probably see that happening at a larger scale. The last area that I also wanted to mention is sound effects and music. Game soundtracks are already amazing with how they transition and bring around sound effects to truly immerse you, but I would love to live in a world where we have more variety in which soundtracks will actually play, based off of the landscapes and making you feel even more immersed within specific areas and connecting certain songs to those sorts of areas. Instead of having 5 songs playing in rotation, it would allow us to have way more of a diverse experience and have them connected to specific parts of the game. Another area that I'd love to see improved upon is AI generated sound effects to immerse you truly into the space that you're walking around. From the birds chirping, having different and slightly different chirps for the different types of birds that they are, to the different textures on the stone that you're walking across and having that different sound playing due to it, and even the change in thickness of the dirt that you're crossing. All of this is just added extra detail that most companies really wouldn't care about improving past a basic level. However, once more AI becomes more sophisticated with adding these things into the game, the more ability that game companies are going to have towards having even higher intensity of immersion within their sound effects. One area that would be incredibly useful, especially in the world where we've got game releases that are completely broken or just have some bugs but they are glaring issues, but somehow make it past testing and make it into the final copy, is quality assurance. A lot of what I'll be discussing already exists within the world of game development, however all of these things, if improved, which hopefully is the priority of many of these companies, would result in a load of games that are actually borderline finished without much issue. Automated testing would be one of the biggest areas that AI improvement would be phenomenal for companies, and even smaller devs if they're able to build it in for higher quality engines. With general functionality testing needing to be improved upon, from how we see many games being released nowadays where you'll have certain things like objects just going through people and enemy hitboxes. We know that this needs to be improved, and especially with the future push towards AI being more and more prevalent, we should hopefully see more game experiences that are just improved and polished. Performance optimization is also massively important. One of my favourite games of this year was Jedi Survivor. However, it didn't release particularly amazingly, and it did have performance issues, especially around its FPS not being stable and general quality not being up to scratch. There was even a moment where I had to cheese a part of a mission because there was 3 enemies that would start attacking me, and no matter how many times I reset the level, I'd have the same issue where the FPS would drop to such an unbearable level that I was unable to even protect myself or see hits coming. Having a better system to not allow these issues to break through the cracks is massively needed in today's world of game development, when all we see are games that are being released with requiring patches within the first week to fix copious amounts of issues, just because the company couldn't wait a week and ignored the issues, or somehow just it passed testing. Load traffic as well is massively important. When I first played GTA 5 when I was 11, I ended up trying to jump onto online once it came out, and due to a mixture of issues, one of them just not having prepared enough servers to deal with the amount of people jumping on.
Why was an 11-year-old on a Grand Theft Auto
particularly great meant that I had to wait a whole week to even be able to jump on, and based off my conversations,
I feel like you lost your innocence, buddy, and I'm sorry.
Even looking back on it now, many people had the same issue, that it's because
11-year-olds should not be on
servers
Grand
to
Theft
deal with the
Auto at
issues.
all.
We also saw this sort of issue with the likes of Overwatch 2's release. Hopefully with the launch of GTA 6, when that online comes out, we'll end up seeing a game that can actually be played right away, with extensive AI load tests having been done on the servers to ensure that we can actually play the game and it won't just crash and go down within a minute. Then we also have bug detection, and this could be massively important moving forward. As the more automated game releases become, hopefully this also means that more automated ways will be done to try and deal with issues that arrive within the development stage later on, and won't require people to constantly be going back and dealing with issues that arise. Hopefully with some form of actual bug detection that works and is able to do it in a more intelligent manner, it means that more of these things will just be picked up due to people not having to play the game and the AI basically being like, hey, there's this issue, it shouldn't be doing this, please fix me. One area as well which would improve that side of it is general bug pattern detection. When we as the player experience a bug, we will simply just, have to express it via word of mouth, or maybe you record it, or for some, send the email to a company. However, in most cases, it won't really be highlighted until many videos start popping up randomly. But with sophisticated AI, we'd end up being able to send to developers these issues when they arise, just by the AI being able to send it automatically when we, sign in and we have to accept having our data being taken. Why isn't there a way that we can just send this information without us having to really do too much to do it? For us to be able to help towards the game's usage from the likes of people falling through the sky, falling through the ground, all the way through to us not being able to speak to a particular player because for some reason there's been an issue with the gameplay experience. With better, sophisticated AI, we'd end up having way less bugs and better bug optimization, hopefully. Preferably though, these bugs would be taken care of prior to release with a mixture of things like crash prediction technology, real-time monitoring, and priorly mentioned bug detection, which would then be able to utilize things like stress testing and player recreated playthroughs via AI that could run alongside game testers. Hopefully they would run alongside them instead of trying to remove them entirely, as that is definitely what companies will try to do, is remove requiring people to play the game. They'll probably try and find a way of AI doing it. However, if we could do both of them at the same time, we'd probably have way more impressive polish on game releases if this was done at a mass scale. The last area that would be really impressive to see more improvement is more realistic NPCs. Something that I mentioned earlier is the likes of GTA utilizing them properly. With very recently an AI mod being removed due to Rockstar that allowed you to talk to an AI with a full conversation. This would be something that we would be able to see more within the future of open world RPG games to give us more of that player experience of feeling as if we're connected to our character due to the responses being based on our actual reactions, so we'd have to live in the head of our characters. This is still something that would need heavy amounts of work to work properly and be taken in a way that isn't just negative to the player experience, but overall we could see some amazing process towards player immersion. One area though that could definitely use some improvement within something like GTA 6 is improving in the way that police function and the reactivity and adaptivity of the nature of those AIs. They are supposedly doing this, so that is great, but with games we want to feel like the NPCs are actually acting in a way that feels real and not just an automated response. We don't want to have a moment where a guard is attacking you with his weapon and you hide around a corner, the stress level goes down, they stop searching for you, and out of nowhere they just sheath their weapon and act like nothing happened, as that takes away from the immersion. Having an actual reaction system that allowed these worlds to feel more realistic due to the way the AI are interacting with us is going to be a way forward that would be so much more immersive for people to play in. Having actual reactions that match the state of the world is probably the most important thing for player immersion, and is one of my main criticisms of something like Skyrim, due to the lack of reaction that people have towards stuff like the war whilst it's going on between both sides, and then after gaining control of different places in the aftermath. You might have some things here and there, but for the most part you never really hear much about why people like it or dislike it, or see player growth. You might have some things here and there, but for the most part you never hear much about it from anyone. One area that could really help towards NPCs is how characters themselves grow over time. As most games, the NPCs don't really show any signs of growth, change in ability, views, or appearance. But something like a new AI model being developed that allows NPCs to require haircuts, clothes being changed and cleaned, and just growth in character would be really interesting to see. All the way through to something like characters just having a conversation with each other and them changing their mind in a way that doesn't feel overly robotic, and it actually feels like proper lines of dialogue between each other, questioning it and trying to understand something. All of this is stuff that would be cool to see with AI, however I don't think will be happening in the near future, but maybe within the next 10 to 20 years of game development we might see things like characters being able to actually have conversations with each other without it feeling overly robotic. AI will be getting improved upon moving forward, and that won't change if you're completely against it being utilised. We'll see game companies try and use AI to replace the workers and being used as a great tool by others as well. I do believe that we'll hit a time where there will be an over-reliance on AI to create games and the gaming experience, which will cause a lot of people to either quit outright or hold off from buying any product until they've heard of any good changes about the industry. I do believe that in the long run, AI will be used in a way that is more of a tool than something to simply stay here to replace workers. If companies are going to continue moving forward with the progression of AI in games, I think us as the consumer need to hold them incredibly accountable with our wallets. If a game gets released and a company has chosen to replace all of their staff with a form of AI to create the new game, and I'm guessing that most likely that game would be released unfinished and probably not very well polished. I don't believe we're close to a world where an entire game could be created via AI, especially not at a large enough scale. But in a moment where a company like EA, Ubisoft or Activision might start trying to find ways to cut back on spending every year to increase their profit margins, we might be awaiting the day where mass loss in profit will happen because they've chosen to adopt AI and people just aren't happy with it. So when the day does come where a company chooses to do this, I believe for the greater good of the future of this media, from the amazing stories that humans are able to make, better due to their own lived experiences or creative minds through the amazing designers who are truly bringing a world to life in the visual form, we need to not look at purchasing these games, as it's a can of worms that if opened will lead to games that are nothing more than extreme copy and paste and will be at a massive scale that means that pretty much everything will feel the same. For AI to be used in an ethical, justified way, I believe it just needs to be used as a tool to improve the experience, to aid developers and designers. It should only be getting used to help us instead of replacing the requirement of us. I'd love to know what you think about AI moving forward in pretty much any realm, not just, within the realm of games, but in the realm of games, where do you think it's going to lead? Where do you think game companies will take it? Do you think game companies like EA or Activision will try and replace some of their workers with AI? Or do you think a lot of them will just stick to using people? I do believe that most of them will stick to using people because they know that people bring value. However, I am worried to a degree to see when a company does try to make a game with the majority of it being made through AI instead of any form of human development. But if you do want to join a group of like-minded people who want to just have some friendly chats and conversations around games and general stuff, then make sure to come join the Discord down below. And if you did enjoy the video, please make sure to leave a like and do subscribe for more content on this channel to come. And if you're watching this prior to December and you're wanting to stick around for that time, there's going to be 3 massive videos coming out during that time, so I hope you're along for the ride for those. So with that all being said, I hope you guys found this video enjoyable or entertaining or valuable in some way, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good one.
It was good. It was a good video. Thank you.
The video game industry is constantly evolving, mostly through frequent technological breakthroughs and the creation of remarkable new tools that make game design easier and cheaper while also making it more efficient. Now more than ever, the world of development is incredibly accessible thanks to free or open source software and the wide availability of the internet, allowing for people to team up in remote collaborations. Games are coming out by the truckload from studios and teams of varying size and budget, and while some people might have fooled themselves into thinking otherwise, there's no lack of interesting titles to play. However, even in the face of this overwhelming variety of games any of us can purchase at any second, some specific years in the past stand out as particularly noteworthy. Every once in a while, a certain year is jam-packed with a metric ton of incredible games that define or create genres, or kick off groundbreaking franchises, or simply go down in history as classics. Certain years are lucky enough to offer everyone a smorgasbord of great games to play, no matter what platform you prefer, and out of all those years, the greatest one that has possibly had the most impact on what games we're playing today is 1998. The mid to late 90s was nothing short of a thriving period.
I think it's
for video
2004.
games. We had begun a shining new era of 3D graphics, with new technology for lighting, anti-aliasing, and texture mapping. Wider adoption of full-motion video so certain games can feature higher quality, pre-rendered cutscenes for storytelling purposes. Optical disc storage also allowed for CD quality audio and more. Sony had entered the gaming industry with the PlayStation, and was absolutely dominating the generation in terms of sales, becoming the first video game console to ship over 100 million units, a record that would be beaten only by its own successor some years later. The Sega Saturn, which also had a native CD drive, struggled to keep up here in America, which is putting it very lightly. But it was actually doing alright in Japan. Unfortunately, its time in the sun came to an end with a pretty measly 9.26 million units sold, following a plethora of internal and external problems. Meanwhile, the Nintendo 64 was going at its own pace, as Nintendo always seems to do, managing to hit a respectable amount of sales within its lifetime, at 32.9 million units. Instead, it was the Game Boy that was pulling in the amazing numbers, because it was doing its own fair share of dominating in the mobile market. There was also the 3DO, Atari Jaguar, and the Apple Bandai Pippin, but the former two released in 1993 and the latter in 1996 and were such abysmal failures they were discontinued in 96 and 97 respectively, before the timeline relevant to this video. You win some, you lose some. But while the consoles were competing amongst themselves, the PC was also flourishing with its own rising popularity and ever-expanding library. Before we dive into the laundry list of noteworthy games released for the specific year in question, it's also important to know that there were indeed some noteworthy business transactions, announcements, and general industry developments, but not all of them experienced a good end. The biggest ones are the launches of new hardware. In March of 1998, Sega announced the discontinuation of Sega Saturn in North America, which, as I mentioned earlier, was its weakest performing region. And they decided to place their focus on the Sega Dreamcast, which was unleashed to the public, the Japanese public specifically, on November 27th. The reception of the Dreamcast was miraculously flipped from the Saturns. Japan didn't seem to care about it much, especially with its meager launch lineup of only 4 games, only one of which was actually
they were getting picky at that point.
Virtua Fighter
they
3,
had so many
which
consoles.
was dominating Japanese arcades at the time.
Yep.
In September of 1999, the Dreamcast finally launched in North America, now with a lineup of 18 launch titles, including Power Stone, Soul Calibur, Sonic Adventure, and Ready to Rumble Boxing. And it was a hit. The total opposite scenario from the Saturn's reception happened, and unfortunately, that still wasn't necessarily a good thing, because another aspect of the Saturn's existence repeated itself with the Dreamcast, getting its ass kicked by the PlayStation, but this time it was the PS2. However, that was only one reason for its failure, but maybe that's a video for another time, or perhaps someone already made one. Speaking of new hardware, there's a little handheld that came out in 1998 too, the Game Boy Color. It released in Japan and North America less than a month apart, and the Game Boy Color boasted a CPU that was double the speed of the original Game Boys, as well as 3 times the system memory, twice the video memory, and, obviously, a color screen. Its lineup was okay, featuring Dragon Warrior Monsters, Pocket Bomberman, Tetris DX, and Wario Land 2. But I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that this library would go on to grow quite substantially and feature some knockout titles, especially the immensely popular second generation of Pokemon, Gold, Silver, and Crystal. The best generation, by the way. Despite the Game Boy Color having a hardware advantage and clearly being a successor with its own exclusives, it and the original Game Boy are considered to be part of the same family, and together they would go on to sell a grand total of over 118 million units. Sadly, the Color had a pretty short life cycle, as it was discontinued in 2003 to help make way for the actual successor of the Game Boy name, the Advance, which was definitely a powerhouse of entertainment in its own right. In December, Take-Two Interactive established the Rockstar Games publishing label, with Sam Houser, Dan Houser, and Jamie King leading the company. This move followed the acquisition of assets previously owned by the inactive British game publisher BMG Interactive. One of those assets was the Grand Theft Auto intellectual property. From then on, Rockstar Games would acquire and establish more and more development studios and proceed to craft and publish some of the most successful, influential, important, and controversial video games of all time, including, but not limited to, the 3D Grand Theft Auto games, Manhunt, Bully, Midnight Club, Red Dead Revolver and Redemption, LA Noire, and Max Payne 3, with only a publishing role for Max Payne 2. Another acquisition in 1998 was EA's purchase of Westwood Studios, developers of the point-and-click series Legend of Kyrandia and several Dungeons & Dragons video games for MS-DOS, Sega Genesis, TurboGrafx-16, and early personal computer systems like the Amiga. However, their most popular creation by far, and the one you're most likely to be aware of, was Command & Conquer, the real-time strategy series set in an alternate world. Following the success of the first game, they would go on to make multiple sequels and expansion packs for every one.
That was such
Sadly,
a good game.
Westwood was closed by EA in 2003.
Westwood was
with many of its staff
closed? I
being
didn't
laid
know
off, and then
that.
consolidated into EA Los Angeles,
Oh,
also known
I'm
as
sorry.
Danger Close Games.
I'm sorry, Westwood got
Westwood
got
became
eaten by
only
EA.
one of many studio corpses in EA's notorious and gluttonous mass grave of developers. Even worse, Danger Close Games would end up meeting the same fate in 2013, after EA's failed attempt at reviving the Medal of Honor series by moving it into a modern setting, not unlike what Call of Duty and Battlefield had done in years prior. As you can doubtlessly understand now, 1998 wasn't important just because of its games, it was also important because of some key industry events that set the foundation for things to come. Some good, some not so good. But, of course, most of you are probably here for the games and the games alone, and that's totally fine. 1998 still stands out as the most prominent in this flourishing period of time, and mostly due to its incredibly long, dense list of incredible games spread over many genres across every platform. First-person shooters, stealth games, RPGs, strategy games, point-and-clicks, fighting games, bullet hells, survival horror, this year had it all. In this video, I'm going to try to cover as many of the most noteworthy ones as I can, both renowned high-profile names and niche cult classics, detailing why they were so good and, in some cases, how they defined or influenced their genre or other games we know and love. It'll be a long video because there's a ton of games worth mentioning, but even then, not every one will get a spotlight here because 1998 really was that big of a year, and I want to keep the length of this video reasonable, both for your sake and mine. Mostly mine, I'll admit. As far as the order of the games I'll be covering, I've settled on simply going down the games in order of release, starting from January and ending in December. A simple and easy to follow procedure. One quick disclaimer though, it seems like some release dates might be off by a few days or even a few weeks because I've seen some conflicting information about specific titles, but I've tried my best to make sure that every game mentioned here did indeed release in the appropriate year, either in their debuting form or as a noteworthy port to a different platform. Now, without any further ado, let's get started on the games that made 1998 the greatest year in gaming. January 12th, Marvel vs. Capcom, Clash of Superheroes for the arcade. Admittedly, this is cutting it a little bit close to what's allowable in this video because this is the Japanese release date, but the North American release was only 11 days later, and is for arcades, specifically the Capcom CPS2 system. But there's no denying its importance to the fighting game genre and how much the fans love it. It's the third installment of the Marvel vs. Capcom series following X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter. The biggest difference, as you can probably tell, is that Capcom's representatives were no longer limited to just characters from Street Fighter this time around. In MVC1, you were able to play as Captain Commando, Jin Sao Tome from Cyberbots, Mega Man, Morrigan, and Strider Hiryu, and faced them off against some of Marvel's biggest names, such as Captain America, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and a few others. And both sides had their own non-playable guest characters too, utilized as support in the middle of matches. It was an immensely fun game featuring seamless animations, flashy effects, and lightning-fast action. And while it technically doesn't count for this list, it is worth mentioning the arcade-perfect port to the Sega Dreamcast in 1999, which featured additional modes including Cross Fever, which allowed 4 players to engage in 2-on-2 fights. Sadly, the PlayStation 1 ports of this game that came out later wasn't so great, and many shortcuts had to be taken in order to accommodate its limited RAM capacity. While Marvel vs. Capcom 1 is very rarely considered to be the favorite among fans of the series, there's no denying that it was a step towards something truly great. January 21st, Resident Evil 2 for the PlayStation 1.
Your skill has increased.
I didn't like it like I liked 1.
Almost 2 full years prior, Resident Evil 1 released to critical and commercial success, defining the survival horror genre for years to come. Its story, characters, and voice acting were laughably corny to say the least, but its tightly paced gameplay was absolutely gripping. It was hard to imagine a sequel one-upping it, but in the eyes of many, that's exactly what Resident Evil 2 did. It took basically everything that worked in the first game and polished it even more, offering a frightening interactive experience with incredible atmosphere, a fascinating setting, detailed world design, spine-tingling audio, chilling music, and the same tight pace. The characters and story were still cheese, but Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield would grow up to be iconic in their own right. A big new feature that the first game didn't have is the zapping system, in which the player would experience different puzzles, story elements, and enemy placements depending on which scenario they were playing with either of the 2 main characters. This meant that replayability was very high, because the player technically had to play the game 4 times to witness every possible scenario. Leon A and B, and Claire A and B. To this day, Resident Evil 2 is considered by many series fans to be one of, if not the, best Resident Evil games of all time. Funnily enough, producer Shinji Mikami, who was the director of the previous game, actually planned on this being the final game in the series before the story was changed to allow for more entries and a vast expanded universe to be added on. 21 years later, its remake finally released on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC to similarly resounding praise, with many considering it to be just as good as the original, cementing the legacy of the game even further while renewing the experience for another generation of survival horror fans. January 29th, Panzer Dragoon Saga for the Sega Saturn. Back in 1995, soon after the release of the original Panzer Dragoon, producer Yoji Ishii toyed with the idea of creating a role-playing game to further explore the world he and his team had created in the rail shooter. It didn't take long for the then president of Sega, Hayao Nakayama, to tell the team to create exactly that in order to better compete with the PlayStation and its close relationship with Final Fantasy. Thus, Team Andromeda was split into 2 groups, one that would go on to make Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei, a standard rail shooter sequel that released in 1996, and the other would make Panzer Dragoon Saga, the game that would go on to be widely considered the best in the series. In an ambitious plan to deviate from the rail shooter standard established by the previous games, Sega sought to incorporate RPG elements and break the game's structure free from the linear shooter experience in order to create a game that truly had the potential to stand up to the Sony and Squaresoft partnership. Saga included things like open maps that allowed for free exploration, random encounters, and cinematic, semi-turn-based battles. It was a smash hit and a must-own game for the Saturn, which was sadly struggling to maintain any semblance of relevancy in the American market. Saga was lauded for its exciting combat, strategic capabilities, fantastic soundtrack, and striking art design, in spite of specific console limitations. It was the most unique RPG experience money could buy, and it was absolutely a worthwhile competitor to the legendary Final Fantasy VII. But the Saturn ultimately didn't have the sales numbers to help project the game into the level of stardom it deserved. However, it has gained a new status as a cult classic since then, and it is looked back on with great fondness.
They should remaster
But
that.
hopefully, it'll receive
And
a
make it
worthy
super
remake
good.
in the future.
Hopefully. Not remake, remaster. No remake.
February 11th, Xenogears for the PlayStation 1.
Oh,
Your skill has increased.
Such a good soundtrack.
Speaking of Squaresoft, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest weren't the only noteworthy RPGs they were putting out. Funnily enough though, director Tetsuya Takahashi and writer Kaori Tanaka, who is also his wife, originally conceived Xenogears as Final Fantasy VII. However, after it was considered too dark and complicated
Your
for
skill
a
has
fantasy,
increased.
it was moved to being something else, leading it to becoming a sequel to Chrono Trigger instead. Again, complications arose from this as well, and the game simply became its own original IP. It finally launched in 1998, and despite high expectations for Squaresoft RPGs set by Final Fantasy VI, VII, and Tactics, Chrono Trigger, and Super Mario RPG in the preceding years, Xenogears managed to knock it out of the park, receiving immense praise for its storyline, characters, mature psychological and religious themes, and investing ATB-style combat system, art design and presentation, and soundtrack. It was an impressive experience that stood out as something particularly unique among the usual Square RPG titles, and it effortlessly earned its own status as a cult classic. Square's reputation for high-quality RPGs went on unscathed. Unfortunately for Takahashi, however, Square was intent on focusing on Final Fantasy, and funding a sequel to Xenogears was highly unlikely. Unsatisfied with this, Takahashi would break away from the company and make his own spiritual successor, Xenosaga for the PlayStation 2, published by Namco. In 2007, his company, Monolith Soft, would be bought by Nintendo, and he would go on to create the Xenoblade franchise, which is still going on strong to this day. February 28th, 1080 snowboarding for the Nintendo 64.
1080 was good, yeah. I forgot all about this game. Work your body, work your body, work your body. This is such a good game, yeah, 1080.
Extreme sports were becoming a particularly popular subject in video games since the industry entered the 3D realm. But a year and a half before Tony Hawk's Pro Skater kicked off a new craze and had everyone rocking out to Goldfinger's Superman, the Nintendo 64 was graced with 1080 snowboarding. It was developed by the legendary Nintendo Entertainment Analysis and Development Team, who were led by Shigeru Miyamoto. They were responsible for iconic games like the original Super Mario Bros., the original Legend of Zelda, F-Zero, Star Fox, and many of their subsequent sequels. They were the all-star team that Nintendo called to put together the best first-party games they could make, and eventually it led them to this snowboarding game, a portion of extreme sports that was rarely touched beforehand. 1080 snowboarding released to incredible praise, receiving acclaim for its detailed graphics for its time, and successful merging of sports, racing, and just plain fun. The game boasted a remarkable atmosphere and energy about it that the PS1's Cool Borders series wasn't able to reach. This memorable Nintendo title had an outstanding sense of physics, speed, and smoothness that handily surpassed the scant few snowboarding games that came out before, and would only be touched by a handful of other snowboarding games after. 1080 set the standard for what snowboarding games and extreme sports games in general should aim for from then on.
Oh yeah, this is out of battery, yeah. Needs to charge.
March 25th, Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit for the PlayStation 1. Unlike snowboarding, racing games were already a major
Wipeout?
staple in gaming by
Wipeout
the
was
time
so
1998
good.
Your
rolled
skill
around.
has increased.
I loved Wipeout.
Even in the age of
it had like
8-bit
120
graphics,
frames per
competitive
second on the
racing games
console.
were being
It
made,
was so good.
and thus, competition and comparisons between games, franchises, and developers were pretty
Your skill
common,
has increased.
especially among the big-budget titles. The first two Need for Speeds did alright in terms of reception and sales, but EA needed to do something really special if they wanted 3 to stand out among the likes of Ridge Racer, Wipeout, Colin McRae Rally, Sega Rally, Gran Turismo, and others. Thus, they decided to go all in on a mechanic that the series had already attempted before: police pursuits. Steering away from the simulation racing of some of its contemporaries and diving headfirst into intense arcadey action racing by beefing up police AI and offering the unique Hot Pursuit mode, Need for Speed 3 gave an experience that was super fun in ways that other racing games didn't offer. You were simply put behind the wheel of an exotic sports car and instructed to put the pedal to the metal in eye-catching locales while also trying to avoid being taken down by the cops, who utilized a variety of different methods to accomplish the task. On the PC version of the game that came out later the same year, there was also a variation of the Hot Pursuit mode where the player could be the police and take down 6 other racers. It was a memorable new variable that would set the stage for future installments in the series, including, but not limited to,
Your skill
Hot
has
Pursuit
increased.
2, Most Wanted, the remakes of Hot Pursuit 1 and Most Wanted by Criterion in 2010 and 2012, and the most recent title, Heat. Need for Speed 3 was just the right combination of graphics, intensity, fun, and new ideas, and the franchise probably wouldn't have lasted as long without it.
Your skill has increased.
March 26th, Tekken 3 for the PlayStation 1. Admittedly, this is cheating a bit because the arcade release for this game was in 1997, but the PlayStation 1 release of Tekken 3 was a
Your skill
smash
has increased.
hit with newly added features and definitely deserves a mention in this video. The previous 2 Tekken games were successes in their own right, but 3 was the game that paved the way for how the future of the series would feel mechanically, with the biggest inclusion being the ability to actually sidestep towards the background or foreground of the stage. Previously, it was a function unique to certain characters, but now it had become universal. Other big changes were nerfed jumps so they weren't so unreasonably safe, and
Your skill
longer
has
juggle
increased.
potential when your opponent was knocked into the air. All of these new mechanics came together to create a much more unique fighting game experience that would go largely unchanged for more than 20 years after. The game also had Tekken Force, a side-scrolling beat-em-up minigame, and Tekken Ball, a minigame that utilized normal combat gameplay into a beach volleyball-like experience. In terms of reception and sales, Tekken 3
Your skill
was a
has
monumental
increased.
success, garnering perfect or near-perfect scores from just about every critic who touched the game, and it sold an incredible 8.36 million copies in its lifetime on the PlayStation. It's a milestone not only
Tekken
within
was
the
the one
Tekken
that
series,
everybody owned,
and
yeah.
not only within
Your
the
skill has
PlayStation
increased.
generation, but within the entirety of the fighting game genre. March 31st, StarCraft for the PC. Now this is definitely one of those games that I don't need to talk about because you're already certainly aware of it. But this video is about those kinds of games anyway. When the game first released, reviewers noted that it didn't necessarily reinvent the wheel of real-time strategy, but it absolutely improved upon it. StarCraft's fantastic utilization and balancing of 3 distinct races was of particular note, because each unit was unique in form and function, but still maintained a proper sense of equality between them all, the lack of which was seen as an issue that harmed the genre until then. This incredible balance would help cultivate a very active competitive community, most notably in South Korea, where the game grew to become so immensely popular it developed its own bustling esports scene with televised matches, sponsored teams, and huge cash prizes. Especially after the release of Brood War, the game's carefully designed and equally praised expansion pack that added more units, upgrade advancements, and map tile sets. Even beyond its gameplay, StarCraft also received praise for its story, voice acting, and audio design. In the years since its highly publicized launch and subsequent growth, StarCraft has undoubtedly gone down in history as one of, if not the, most genre-defining real-time strategy games of all time, and one of the most important games ever. May 22nd, Unreal for the PC. The name of this game might sound familiar to you, as it should, because it's the namesake of developer Epic Games' Unreal Engine, which was first created specifically for this title. The first generation of the Unreal Engine was created almost entirely by Epic's founder, Tim Sweeney. Some of you may know him now as more of a businessman, given his current position as the head of such a massive company. But closer to Epic's humble beginnings, he was a programmer who did a lot of work, such as writing approximately 90% of the Unreal Engine code by himself over a 3.5-year struggle. The game, and the engine by association, was praised high and low for its graphical and performance innovations of the time. Things like texture filtering, collision detection, colored lighting, 16-bit color, light blooming, and volumetric fog. id Software's own John Carmack was also complimentary of the game and engine, despite Unreal intending to be a competitor to his own franchises, Doom and Quake. Reviews from critics upon the game's release were similarly satisfied, heaping praise onto the title for its graphics, gameplay, audio, and enemy AI. Despite the game's success, Sweeney was ultimately discontent with the engine's shortcomings and sought to constantly tweak, update, and improve the software for years to come. I probably don't need to go into detail about how important Unreal Engine is today. As a freely downloadable resource for developers, supported by countless third-party content creators offering assets and tutorials, it's widely utilized in some of the biggest gaming franchises ever, and is still actively supported by Epic. May 28th, Radiant Silvergun for the arcade. Treasure is quite possibly the most renowned and respected Japanese game developer you've probably never heard of. Founded in 1992 by former Konami employees who sought to unshackle themselves from the company's creatively stifling ambitions, they garnered a reputation in the following years for their unique, fast-paced action games and eye-catching style. They started off with cult favorites like Gunstar Heroes and Alien Soldier for the Genesis, but they eventually moved to cabinets by releasing Radiant Silvergun, the vertical-scrolling shoot-'em-up that took the arcades by storm. It was Treasure's first attempt at such a game, but you wouldn't be able to tell. Boasting some of the most impressive visual and technical feats for the genre at the time, Radiant Silvergun helped breathe new life into shoot-'em ups.
Radiant was very good.
Parallax backgrounds, 3D ship models, and visual effects galore, on top of addicting gameplay, appealing art design, and gorgeous music. It all came together to create a memorable and highly replayable experience that deftly merged 2D and 3D visuals with compelling audio and investing combat. And this level of acclaim was accomplished with Treasure's first ever shoot-'em-up. If that's not a testament to the talent of the studio, then I don't know what is. Radiant Silvergun is still widely considered to be one of the best and most important games in the genre, and it set the stage for Treasure's equally praised spiritual successor, Ikaruga. June 29th, Banjo-Kazooie for the Nintendo 64. Before Rare was acquired by Microsoft, they had a fairly long and prosperous affiliation with Nintendo. As a matter of fact, Nintendo, at one point, owned 49% stake in the company. The first game that was conceived as a result of their partnership was the beloved Donkey Kong Country and its sequels. However, during the Nintendo 64 era, they sought to raise their ambitions with a new platforming IP that was larger in scale. The resulting game was Banjo-Kazooie, a colorful adventure that followed a bear and his feathered friend on a quest to defeat a witch named Gruntilda. The game launched to immediate and highly vocal praise from critics and fans alike, heaping many compliments onto the game's graphics, performance, sound effects, and music. In terms of gameplay, it didn't do much to reinvent the family-friendly platforming wheel, but it was an experience loaded with high production value for the time, and the vibrant personality to match. It also received a lot of positive comparisons to Super Mario 64, which came out almost exactly 2 years prior. Banjo-Kazooie was seen as a very worthy follow-up to the famous plumber's first venture onto the 3D plane, and a must-have for those who owned a Nintendo 64
Yeah, it was good
console.
for a little while.
Only 4 years later,
It wasn't
Rare
amazing,
and Nintendo's
but it was
relationship would come to an end with Microsoft's acquisition of the developer for a whopping $375 million, which was the most expensive game industry acquisition ever at the time, a deal which included Rare's IPs, such as Banjo-Kazooie. The series has lied in dormancy since the release of Nuts and Bolts for the Xbox 360 in 2008, but the characters themselves have been given a new breath of relevancy thanks to their inclusion in the wildly popular platform fighting game Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Nintendo Switch, which coincidentally brings the tale of Banjo-Kazooie to a full circle. June 29th, Street Fighter Alpha 3 for the arcade. Capcom fighting games were legendary in this period of time, and what better way to support that claim than to feature 2 of those games on this list. On June 29th in Japan, Alpha 3 for the CPS2 system hit arcades just over 2 years following the release of Alpha 2, serving as the final entry for the Alpha subseries, one of several subseries under the Street Fighter umbrella at the time. In addition to the usual high-quality sprite work and enjoyable music fans of the franchise had come to expect, it also introduced a new playstyle system called Isms, which allowed players to select one of 3 mechanical styles for their character. There was A-ism, which is based on the mechanics of previous Alpha games, X-ism, which is based on Super Street Fighter II Turbo, and V-ism, which is a variable mode that allowed for custom combos to be performed similar to Alpha 2. This system helped Alpha 3 reach a level of technicality that other